from Dolton, Illinois. My people, you are tuned into Burgundy Blue Commentary live from Dolton, Illinois. My people, you are tuned into Burgundy Blue Commentary live from Dolton, Illinois. My people, you are tuned into Burgundy Blue Commentary live from Dolton, Illinois. My people, you are tuned into Burgundy Blue Commentary live from Dolton, Illinois. My people, you are tuned into Burgundy Blue Commentary live from Dolton, Illinois. My people, you are tuned into Burgundy Blue Commentary live from Dolton, Illinois.
Commentary Blue Commentary Burgundy Commentary Comment Blue Commentary Burgundy Blue Commentary Burgundy Commentary
Child, good morning. Welcome to Burgundy Blue Commentary. Sorry, y'all, I'm not in my natural space right now. I'm visiting some family, but and getting ready for some stuff. But hey, how are you? Welcome to Burgundy Blue Commentary, where we woke up in confusion. What is happening over here in YouTube land? Y'all, I didn't even put the gates up because I want to see what comments fly through. Good morning, Scott. Did anybody wake up and see individual investors video today? I'm literally watching it now. Like, we're sitting here watching it with our mouths open, like, oh. It's almost like, okay, this is the thing about individual investor. If you haven't, we're going to watch a little bit of it. If you don't follow him, he usually stays neutral, honestly. When he first came out, or she, I don't know if this is an AI voice or what it is, when they first came out, they were like, I want to give both sides of the story. And I used to grow up around Dalton, and I feel like that gives me an insight. I know a little bit about politics. I have some time on my hands. The first video of individual investor I really enjoyed. And then in the video, we might can find it. It might still be up because he deletes a lot of his videos. So this might be deleted too. This video, good morning, kids. This video is very interesting. So going back, he did a video about Dalton. He is the only one that did a video about the lake that Black people can't fish in. I mean, fish or swim in. That is in Dalton. Let me go to his channel. Sorry, y'all, I don't have all my controls. I feel like I'm in a foreign place. Hold on. Let me go back. Hit the like. I forgot to say that. Hit the like button, comment, subscribe. And all the links to support your girl is in the description box and below. Thank you. Let's go to individual investor. You and good morning. Happy Monday. It's rainy here, but I good morning. I woke up like what? What is happening? So he also had a cool song he released the other day. I saw that. Hey Jazzy, Jazzy, did you see the news? I'm sitting here like, what is going on in YouTube land? So individual investor right here. This is their YouTube right here. So yeah, pretty interesting. So let's go up to, it was a video. Let's see. It was a video they did. In his video, what I told y'all about, he was like, I deleted the video because Ed Steve reached out to me. And then I deleted the email. He was like, I deleted everything. Let me see if I got this one right. He might have deleted that. And if he ever, I don't know if he watches my channel, but let me see. He might have deleted it. Slumlord Tiv, Man of God, How to Legally. He might have deleted it. Okay. And I might have it actually. I might have it somewhere. So what he said, and I'm trying not to put words in his mouth, but all of a sudden Ed Steve reached out to him. And he was like, I deleted my email. Remember, I told y'all that. The Dalton trustees, no matter if you have, and this is not like, I try to be like the individual investor, which makes me want to cover this because he really tries to be neutral. At one time, they were like, he's a Tiffany plant just because he was reporting on anything opposite of Tiffany. When he goes back to reporting about Tiffany, it's like, oh, you're on one side. So he literally just reports the news, but he breaks down situations. Like I said, he was the first one to talk about that lake. I thought no one knew that Piscatire Lake, you could not get in. It was even one part of it. It's in a Black community, 98% Black community, and you cannot go there to swim. You cannot go there to fish. It is locked down. And he did a video saying if this lake was open, possibly that could help with the financial problems of Dalton. Just doing history. So that's why I follow him. So he starts his video off. We'll go over the video together. As I listened to the video, I still felt he was neutral. It was things he said, like he was like, I don't agree with Jed, but then I see what he's trying to do. I don't agree with with Nikita, but I understand my mom is going through this. That's what's up, Choose. Did you see the video? Oh my God. Like, we woke up today, like, what? And what I want to cover this because this is important for people that are smaller YouTube creators. Individual investor has 2,000, you maybe close to 3. They deserve a lot more, but they could get a lot more with his investigation skills, just sitting up there putting Tiffany looking ashy around the mouth or putting grills in her mouth, or he could get tons of more views because he really has substance that he talk about. He really gets down to the nitty gritty. I do not know this person at all. What made me listen was they shared their story. They shared their story about growing up a few miles away, seeing the changes, and I'm the same way. When it gets to what's happening with Shay, that's probably why I should play the video. It was interesting. Now, this is the question. Y'all gonna be real mad. Y'all was over there asking for Anonymous to come back in Dalton politics, I heard. Y'all begging for Anonymous to come back. Anonymous is kicking y'all butt over there. Whoever, whatever, Anonymous goes both ways in the Dalton politics group, it seems like now. You get attacked. So individual investor brought up how who came for early Choose. I'm sitting here like, what? He accidentally uncovered, while he does his investigations, he accidentally uncovers it. We're going to do just a little breakdown of individual investors video, not too much. I want to encourage you to go over to their channel if you just like both sides of the story, and if you just like to hear some nostalgia and some facts. Like, they crunch numbers. I am not that person. So when y'all come to me and say, Berg, well, what about the budget? What about this? I'm not a number person. I don't dig into anything. I told y'all, if I can't see it by a simple Google search, that's it for me. I'm not digging into people past. I'm not doing those things. I do not care. When it came to me and people trying to like release or give me a notice and stuff like that, I would never do that to anybody else. The proof is in the pudding. It's just out there. And I'm not running for office, nor am I tied to any political anything. So what do I have to do with everybody being so interested in me and Dalton? I'm just a YouTube if you really break down, I'm just a content creator. That's it. That's all. Now I'm in court. Now I'm just a content creator. Literally just a content creator. And I found this interesting because we're going to go through the breakdowns of things. I want to show y'all something. Did I show y'all last night about the slap? Did we go put a 1 in the chat if we went over the slap? Did I show y'all last night? I got so much. I'm not at home getting everything I need. I need stuff that I need another computer. I need my tablet rather. This one doesn't have great memory. Okay, so I want to bring up the slap. Like, I literally, Shay and I never post in that Facebook group. And Shay and I are different people. We say this all the time. Even with individual investor, even with the guy over there making video after video of me, I have said nothing to anyone. You will not catch me out here being negative or anything. So they made a whole thread on YouTube. And this is something on Facebook. And it was all about how if you see me, slap me, right? It was this whole thread. If you see me, slap me. Even to the point that it's still over there. And if you go to Dalton Politics and you search BB or you search Burgundy, they have a picture of me up. Miss Thelma put this picture of me up like, yeah, Burgundy Blue is here because it was this whole thing. Yes, that Miss Thelma, that you're going to jail. She took a picture of me and posted it in the politics group. But you're not allowed. It's so weird to me that you're not allowed to say anything back to people. Like, if you say something back, you're attacking the elder. If you say something, so I'm gonna let me see if I got this up. Hold on. Let me go. Let's pause for a minute. And let's let him play while I look for this picture. Yeah, it's a whole slap thing.
Knows that. What's up, everyone? Hope you're doing well. So I guess I'll just start from the beginning. It all started with this story I did right here. People who have been following my channel or this Dalton thing knows that Shay went after me after I put out this story. He said he talked to Kiana. I lied on her. He threatened to expose me. It created a bunch of drama. Now, I'm not saying Shay specifically attacked me for that reason. He just took advantage of a situation. And I ended up taking the video down to try to de-escalate, but he kept going after me, and in my opinion, that was to hurt my channel. I didn't think too much of it at first, but it's now my belief that this was a political attack. The day before he went off on me, Kiana actually wore an LNC shirt at the Dalton board meeting. As most of us know, he used to be tight with the trustees. He's even had them on his channel. He even went out to Dalton. And I have no hard feelings towards Shay. In fact, I kind of feel bad for him. It's my opinion he only went after me the way he did was because he thought he was looking out for one of his friends, Kiana. And then he goes out to Dalton, and it turns out they completely took advantage of him. So essentially, I feel like he got played. This channel's pretty much turned into an investigative journal.
I want to address two things. And I'm just going to give you guys that my perspective and try not to live in the past so much. I know that a lot of things that we talk about as content creator. Hello, everybody coming in. Hit the like button. the things we talk about as content creators, sometimes we have to go back and live in the past. I'm gonna try to go forward if that's okay with you guys. But this video actually gave me the courage to explain to y'all why so many things have to go the legal route. Why, like, imagine waking up and somebody you're just content creating, you're just covering. And let me tell you, you can become the content. I understand that. It's not like I'm crying tattooed tears, like I'm talking about somebody and then they can't talk about me. It's not that. I think it could be fair on the playground instead of you getting to doxing, stalking, harassing, or threats. I don't think we have to do that. I really don't. I'm like, why we just can't have a discussion? But I guess that's politics. I don't know. So also, if you say anything about Trustee Belcher wearing an LNC shirt, you will outright lie. So individual investor was able to bring this out. Third, I could see him and Shay's being on the opposite side. During that time, I remember he did make that video. It was not popular for what individual investor was saying, and it's still not popular. What he was saying is it wasn't popular to say. So immediately at that time, I don't know if you guys are following, and Shay, like, we're two different people. So I'm doing content on Shay too. So y'all who are LNC, don't take it the wrong way. Hey, Dawn, hello. At that time, I didn't know Shay either. Shay was the most popular thing in Dalton. That's why Kiana Belcher wore the t-shirt. He was popular. When he came, people came out to see. A lot of people showed up to the Thornton Township meeting to see Late Night Crew. I'm not going to argue with y'all. Don't argue with me in the comments. They did. I didn't even know Shay. People came out with his t-shirts on, everything. They were here for Shay. A lot of the people that can't stand him today were here for Shay. This is a fact. When he made the comment, or whatever happened with individual investor, I don't know. But when he made the comments, or when him and individual investor got into it, like he's speaking of, the trustees were surrounding Shay. Shay, when I would call Shay, like, hey, let's do some content, I can show you some old Dalton. Oh, I'm with the trustees, or the trustees just hit me up. I'm right here in Dalton. And I was like, oh, okay, well, yeah, let me know. It was like, you cannot sit with us. And now I understand why. You're too close to everything. Don't get me wrong. You can't sit with us. So Shay, in what I saw, this is only what Berg saw, the trustees, it was even where they were on Shay. That's all I could say. So I think he did have Kiana's ear, and Kiana has his ear. If I could just say that from my point of view. Don't know anything inside, just sharing with y'all what I observed, okay?
Journalism channel. I do research and then I share my findings. Nobody besides Shay has ever refuted the story. And when Shay told me I was lying on Kiana, he never showed any proof. I don't think Shay would be surprised to find out that Kiana actually lied to him. And I want to show the proof real quick. So this car accident that I reported on happened on June 20th, 2022. Now, I want to play you this video clip from June 13th of 2022.
Sorry, y'all. When I tell y'all this video went left so fast, I'm sitting here listening because the individual investor, you just listen to see, some numbers, some number crunching, some building findings. You don't listen for individual investor really doesn't give you tea, if you will. This went left so fast.
So one business owner, is it okay to say the name? Business owner, is it okay to say the name? Okay, so Rucker Holden was bringing a cigar lounge to Dalton. Okay, so just so happened, Kiana works for him in his other businesses. But because she don't like Kiana, Trustee Belcher, she's not going to give Rucker what he wants. In fact, she told him, if you don't get your bitch in order, I'm not giving you what you want.
So Kiana was indeed working for Rucker at the time. And in my other video, I showed the ties to the other businesses. So we're not going to go through all that again. I even spoke to Dr. Nikita about this because this story is actually about her. And she's the one that brought it up. She just said, you know, Kiana and Rucker are good people. And I explained to her why I did the story. She's one of the people that spoke up about the cigar shop, and then they went crickets about it. I just felt there was a reason why, so I decided to look into it. And then I broke down to her why I covered the other things in that story that I decided to cover. I felt it was all relevant to the situation going on in Dalton. Involved with the trustees. I've always said from the very beginning that I'm neutral and I don't pick sides. I'm just here to report my findings. And that's all I'm doing in this video. This isn't a political attack against Nikita or anyone.
That is the problem, individual investor. You can't be neutral over here. That's the whole thing. Like, I can see what you're trying to do, just report both sides, but they do not accept that. You have to be on one side and one side only, or you're disruptive to the movement, unless you're Anton Daniels and you say Ozempic. Other than that, you're going to get a 48-hour notice. That's all I got.
Else. I feel like this story is extremely relevant considering Nikita is such a big part of the story. She's one of the people giving info to YouTubers. There's a reason why all these YouTubers kind of report the same thing, and that's because they all have the same source, whether it's Nikita or the trustees. Nikita's also made a lot of claims that she's never backed up with receipts. At least when I do my videos, I show the receipts. I haven't seen her post one yet. So I think it's only fair for people to know what kind of person she really is. Is she a hypocrite? Could she be trusted? Most of you guys have no idea. All you've heard her is bash Tiffany, and you know nothing about her. Nikita's also accused me of trying to destroy her life. And Nikita, that's simply not true, like I told you.
Sorry, guys. You know that individual investor. Let me see if I could get, okay. Good morning, everybody. Hit the like button if you're here. We're just going over individual investor video. Now, let me tell you, I'll go over this video and they'll be like, oh no, Burgundy did. They'll say I did the whole video. That's how they'll be like, it's Burgundy. She did the whole video. It's her. This is interesting. Like, let me see if I got it. Hold on. Let me see, guys. Hold on. Hold on one second, guys. Let's just let it play a little more because I'm looking for some as well.
I never.
And shout out to Shay, because I wake up and it's like, you never know what you're gonna wake up to covering Dalton. Like, you'll never know if you're gonna get up and somebody's just gonna have a whole video of you. Does that happen more times than not? I want to share this one. He said that it's being accused. It was accused that she was ruining his life. Sorry, y'all, I haven't had my coffee yet. This is what happened to me. So this is just one. Now I have droves. Y'all saw that Shay got 140 pages. I got 200 and something pages just for one suit. And this is not just for one situation I'm in. If you guys didn't know, this is an expensive situation I'm in. I literally would not be filing anything if I had did anything to anyone. If I had did anything to anyone, I would not be pursuing and trying and using my money, everything I have to fight. I have to fight. So this is a good example. Now, this is the same woman that that's tagged 59 people in a post. This your innocent little person right here. So she said, as a person that was cyberbullied regarding the village of Dolton, it was not fun. And let me say this, I don't take stuff away from people. I don't know your experience. So if this happened to you, this is fine. I made a report. I did not engage the person anymore, which police suggested when I made the report. I answered a few questions about it and I moved on. I was asked by this individual, did I condone bullying? I had no clue as to what was going on. I sent her my number via email and never got a call. Now I'm being put on her live saying I don't live in Dalton. Don't listen to me. When did I say that? I give the big bloggers 60% of their information. A lot of bloggers say their information did come from Sherry. I won't lie to y'all about that. And big bloggers. Why not just leave me alone? I have supported all the influencers because everyone had different assets. But what we cannot do is allow anyone to sway our focus. The powers that be took on my bullying case, and I will call them again if I start. Y'all, who is the powers that be? What is this new line of the powers that be? Who technically are the powers that be in Dalton? Anyway, let's fast forward because what do somebody say? I ain't about to read all this. And then someone was like, I heard her throwing shots at you too. Shay has her confused. The feds came to my house because I was being bullied by the supervisor's employee. I have their number on speed dial. I have no problem calling them. That y'all calling the feds on what? On what? Both sides. So this is y'all Dr. Nikita Cloud. I wanted to put this in here. I'm a victim too. I handle threats a little differently. I will slap a bitch in her damn face. Y'all see this at the bottom? Y'all see it at the bottom? I will slap a bitch in her damn face. I'm not about to internet beef with these trolls. I'll wait to see her in person and ask her to repeat. I'm tired of these childish ass games. Y'all, what did I do to deserve to be slapped in the face? And what did I do? Other than have this is a PR person. So now we're going to go to another, I'm going to do some more clips of them saying I have, that they're going to smack me, the photo coming out. I'm in line by myself at the board meeting when all of this is going on. I'm at the board meeting and it's this whole trend on Dalton politics to slap me. Ridiculous. So professional. So professional. Now, I believe in their stories. Remember, we heard, now, this is true. This is not bullying. This is stuff that came out your mouth. Keith Price threatened me. Michael Smith sexually tried to do, what do you call it? Sexual harass, maybe? My daughter. Michael Smith did this to me. What was the other one? I had to move because Tiffany sent her goons. Okay, Tiffany shot my house up. We listened to all of their stories and never questioned it. So when I see someone crying or saying something about like whatever happened to them, I'm gonna believe you for sure. I was not there, so I'm not here to refute what happened to you. But explain what I deserve to do. Why y'all, what have I said on my content as y'all been following me over the years? What have I said that garnered y'all to call the feds on me? Now, this makes me think about Tiffany. Y'all gonna call the feds on me. This is literally really in Dalton politics right now. You can look it up right now. Y'all gonna call the feds on me for doing a YouTube show. And then you're going to slap me. So this makes me look at both sides of the story. So when you listen to individual investor, it's like, whoa. Tiffany is the bad guy. Tiffany is the bad guy. Where do the good guys get in with this kind of situation? Now we're going to continue more because I have more public posts of what happened, like when my name was mentioned in Dalton politics. And thank y'all for sending me stuff. Like it's stuff I would never see. And then they'll be like, I have done nothing to this girl. This is a whole thread, y'all. I got more. I have more. One thread went to 97 comments about fucking me up. What? And y'all know I don't curse like that. I curse, but I don't curse like that on my show. What did I do to God? What have I said? So this is what opens up my mind to say, I got to show y'all both sides of the story. I don't think I've done anything Fed worthy on YouTube. Like for you to be saying, I need to call the feds on speed dial for Burgundy Blue. This is what makes me think like, wow, did y'all keep, like, what happened? Do I make sense? Hey, Mocha. What's up, Green? What's up, Gardis? Everybody, L Fox. Yes, they said they gonna walk up and slap a bitch. What did I say? Tiffany has yet to be slapped. I'm just saying. Tiffany did all that. She got yet to be slapped. Okay, let's keep going, you guys. I just wanted to share y'all. I'm gonna show y'all some more clips of the professional people just snapping on me in this politics group, and y'all eating it up. I'm not trying to be an innocent. I'm not like people be like, she think you, and I don't think I'm innocent. I came on YouTube. I had a YouTube channel already. I lived here. I have the right to talk about it. Why can't I talk about it? Why y'all just, now if I was riding around taking pictures of Tiffany car and Kamal car, I'd have 100,000 subscribers because I'm with the masses. No, I got to vote here. I have to pay bills here. I'm here. So I have to see both sides of the story. This is not to drag anybody. If you didn't put it out there, I could not post it. You put it out there that you was going to slap me, period. And I just want to know, what did I do to deserve that? If Tiffany is a mean person, what did I do to deserve for the FBI to be called on me and a slap? What did I do?
Told you to do any of the stuff that I'm going to report on. I didn't even know who you were when this stuff happened. So to me, you telling me that I'm trying to destroy your life is nothing more than a cop-out, so you don't have to accept responsibility for your own actions. Now, I have to be honest here. I actually felt bad for Nikita when I was talking to her through email. She told me her dad was in hospice and how this story is going to destroy your life, and it made me feel bad. What could I say?
Let's stop there. Now, when I went to Jason House said he was going to talk to Nikita. Now, I never told you guys this part. He was like, I'm going to talk to Nikita. Then when I stood outside with witnesses, it's witnesses to this, Rosebush caught Jason House jacket and it made him slow up to talk to me. So I would call it God. So me and my friend were standing there and Jason House was there. Then Brittany Norwood walked up and we were telling her about the doxing, the 1999. We're telling Jason and Brittany. And they're like, yeah, we sort of saw it. We didn't. Brittany said her words out her mouth. I'm going to talk to Nikita. She's usually reasonable. After she talked to Nikita, my life got worse. Things got worse. And I was just like, man, look, I've been doxxed. I just want to live here. I live here. I just want to live here. And I don't think I should be pressured to not be able to speak what I see. And it's a lot of things I don't tell y'all that I see. I just be like, oop, can't touch that one. So we were literally standing there. And he was like, you know what? Jedediah is still messing with you. Let me get on the phone with Nikita. That's what happened. Is that word for word? Word for word. So I don't know what that was, but the next day it got worse. That's what happened that day. Now, I don't know. I only could tell y'all what happened to me. And that's when I had to say, you know what? I got to try to protect myself. I have to go to court. I have to figure out what's going to happen. I literally stopped in the background. Y'all never saw this. I started asking everybody, help me, please. Like literally, y'all heard me cry out for it. Now, while Nikita is talking about her dad's on hospice, y'all didn't have any inkling. My mom was on hospice. My mom was on hospice. She passed away. We already know that. But at the same time, I'm burying Noah that weekend. So I'm sitting over here like, okay, can y'all just get all it was get the pressure off of me. So to hear individual investors say that Nikita is saying, please, when she's saying, please, my dad's on hospice, why everybody else can't have the same courtesy? And I'm sorry to hear about your dad. If that's true, I'm very sorry to hear about it. Let's keep going, guys.
Me, you telling me that I'm trying to destroy your life is nothing more than a cop-out, so you don't have to accept responsibility for your own actions. Now, I have to be honest here. I actually felt bad for Nikita when I was talking to her through email. She told me her dad was in hospice and how this story is going to destroy your life, and it made me feel bad. What could I say? And I can also relate because my mom has brain and lung cancer, so I'm going through a lot too with like family.
Man, isn't it something when our family, if something happens and someone gets sick in our family, prayers to everyone in the chat. I hear you talking about your family members. I'm so sorry, because you have to like live that all over again, especially when they're sick and they're not at the best health. So I am so sorry for those that lost parents, lost loved ones, and going through it currently. Also, Dr. Nikita and individual investors, sorry for your loss. I mean, sorry that you're going through this. Hopefully things work out.
And stuff like that. So it was very easy for me to feel sympathetic. So we originally made a deal for me not to put out this story. And the deal went like this. She would dissolve her company.
So listen carefully. He made a deal with her. Like, he gave her grace. He gave her grace. Now, they know about the 48-hour notices. They know about everything going down out here. But to protect themselves, he actually gave her a deal. He said, okay, I as a YouTuber will not release this. So this is something she was worried about. This is interesting. That was a kind gesture to not do it.
It's very easy for me to feel sympathetic. So we originally made a deal for me not to put out this story. And the deal went like this. She would dissolve her company, High Society Management, and then reset it up the correct and legal way. I told her that I would be in touch within the next week or so to finalize the details. All I wanted to do was put checks and balances in place so I can check up on her and make sure she is indeed doing things the right way. But before I got back to her, this happened right here.
But Dr. Nikita, if I be completely honest, I think that if y'all goal is to destroy or to detract or to distract, you messing with the wrong person. Because if she talked, if we can get a fourth of the information that woman has, it's gonna be like a raid bomb being set off in a house full of roaches when the lights come on.
So first off, I have to assume I'm one of the people that comment was directed to. Me and her were still in negotiations when this happened. 2, I feel this is a very hypocritical statement because behind closed doors, she's asking me not to destroy her life. But then in public, she's having Jed make comments like, oh yeah, if you don't leave her alone, it's going to be like a roach bomb coming off. And 3, I've warned her about the bullying and harassment on her side and told her it needs to stop. And I'm serious about that. You guys got to tone that stuff down because it's just making Dalton look like bigger fools. All these little side games that you guys are playing does nothing for your cause. And to be clear here, I'm not a detractor or any of that other stuff. I've always claimed to be neutral. I'm not doing this for money. I don't accept donations. I don't do sponsorships. I don't have memberships, a Patreon, Cash App, or any of that other stuff everybody else has that reports on Dalton. I talk about this stuff because I grew up 10 minutes or so away from Dalton. I grew up in the South Suburbs. It actually hurts me to see the downfall that the South Suburbs have had the last 20 plus years. And I finally decided to report on this because I do feel like the public deserves to know. They need to know about all the corruption that's going on in the South Suburbs, not just from one side. So with that being said,
and you know, this is pretty cool that like he said, he's not doing it, he's just doing it as he's an investigative journalist. He's not doing it for any gain or nothing like that. And that's great. That's great. He also mentions how he's in construction and things like that. Some of us that do YouTube, this is our job. This is our income. So I'm not knocking either way. Either way you do it, I understand. So that was pretty cool. But and hello everybody that entered the chat. We're watching Individual Investors video today. He's jumped up this morning with his swag on today, honey. I was like, what is happening? What is happening? That's how I woke up like, what is happening? I was like, okay, I got to do this video right quick. Like, sometimes, like, I do not know this person. I think it should just be both. Like, if it's out there and we have to vote for you, like all the smear campaigns with like me, Miss Hill, all that stuff, like anybody, Shay, though, we are just content creators, period. I mean, not Miss Hill, sorry. I'm just a resident, period. Shay's just a content creator. Miss Hill's just a resident / activist. All this stuff, that's not right, man. Y'all wouldn't like it done to you and your family members. And I was listening to that speech yesterday, and they were like, when one thing stuck out to me, it was like, they do all this for $25,000 a year. That's not the only reason they're doing it, guys. Like, come on now. That's why Tiffany be having the youth. She be having, you don't see no young people out there. All of that yesterday was for the seniors to come out and vote. That's it. But all of this bullying and harassment, come on, y'all. And then I know y'all pick on me and Shay, but sorry guys, specifically because y'all see our faces. You don't see individual investor or conscious. You'll see their faces. So we're easier to reach and easier to harass. And that's not cool. Like, I think it could be fair. I think you could do content and it be fair. Just, okay. And actually, Nikita should have a rebuttal for this. Okay, well, let me explain to you why this happened. Let me tell you what happened with this. Like, when people be making fun of Tiffany Henyard and her failing businesses, I'm like, at least she tried. In Nikita case, I'll say the same. At least she tried. Like, people tried and things failed. At least they tried. That's how I'm looking at it. But all this extra stuff, and I did think it was interesting when Carmen Carlisle, when she released her statement this week, it was through High Society Management, the trustee. Her statement, Chris Gonzalez statement, High Society Management. That's just strange. Hey, Erica. Good morning, everybody. All right, let's continue. It's just strange. Like, it's just too close. I think it's too close for comfort. And I want to say something. I know I can't say anything. Can I say something, y'all? I can't.
I got some clothes. I got some jewelry. The rest I got tied up in investments. I ain't got nothing else.
This is my This is interesting that the trustees would pick up someone Tiffany let go, or someone that let herself go from Tiffany. It's interesting they would just pick up someone that was on Tiffany's side and just throw them over to this side. Like, literally, I'm not being funny. She's standing there telling us all of Tiffany's personal business and boardroom business and all kind of business. So what's to stop it from happening to you if you get on her bad side, right? That's something to think about. If she could tell us all Tiffany business, everybody, Michael Smith and what we heard on Wiley show, Tiffany and Michael Smith was living together and Zuccarelli paid their rent. We're hearing all of this. Confidentiality is important. Some of this stuff has nothing to do with voting. Me finding out if Michael Smith did or did not sleep with Tiffany has nothing to do with my vote. I'm just saying, If it's done to one person, why wouldn't it be done to you? And this is something to look like the trustees just went ahead and jumped into it. Or was she recruited by them? I don't know. I was not there, but it's interesting because if you tell me, if I'm your friend and you tell me all your best friend business, oh, you can count yourself out. Count it out.
I do apologize to my subscribers for even making a deal with her. What could I say? You know, I have a heart. And with that being said, like I told Nikita, I don't think she's like a horrible person. I don't think Shay's a horrible person. I have nothing against Kiana, Rucker, or anyone else I've reported on, including Tiffany. I even told Nikita in my email to her, you know, I am actually mad about this situation. I know you can't hear it in my voice, but I'm furious about being politically attacked. But I even told her in my email that I understand it was all just business. Kiana lied to Shay, it was just business. Shay going after me, it was just business. In my opinion, he was looking after his bag and his people. So I totally get all that. At the same time, it doesn't make what happened right. And the only reason I started looking into other people on the trustee side is because of that situation. They gave me a reason to. If they were willing to lie to someone about that story, what else are they trying to hide? I was genuinely curious, so I started looking. So this video could have been avoidable. If they wouldn't have given me a reason to look, I wouldn't have looked. I also have a feeling that this...
I gotta pause it again. This is what Shay was saying, actually. Hey, Reality Check TV. I caught the sermon. You guys follow Reality Check TV. I caught the sermon this morning. Thank you for that word. On the way I was doing some errands and I needed that. Thank you. Okay. What he said was, and shout out again to Reality Check TV. I appreciate you. I had a sale the other day and he bought a couple of suits. I appreciate you so much. They're almost ready for you. I put them in the get pressed. Thank you. So this is my thing. Shay said the same thing. He was that they literally had Shay in the palm of his hands. And I mean no disrespect. I hope you guys are not taking that disrespectfully, and I hope Shay does not. They had Shay in the palm of their hands, and that's what they wanted. He had everybody guest starring on his show and coming in as guests, and Jason House is super chatting Shay, and all this stuff is going on when he was making fun of Tiffany, right? And he just said, well, wait a minute, let me ride around Dalton, let me see what's going on here. And stuff just did not sit right with him, and he spoke on it. Soon as he spoke on it, they started launching this hate LNC campaign immediately. And I'm just doing this to skip over a lot. It was a lot going on in between. The same with me. I'm sitting here. I literally only wanted to do an interview with the women trustees. That was my goal. The day that we went to the club. So this is what happened. April the 8th, that weekend, we were at the Secret Squirrel meeting at the at the field house in Dolton. So we're at the Secret Squirrel meeting, and it's time to go. And everybody's like, "Come on, we're going to the club." And they're like, "Shay's gonna meet us there." So me and my friends, me and my friend, we decide to go because we didn't, she looking out for me, I'm looking out for her. And I was like, this would be a good opportunity. I was like, I asked, now at this time, I asked former trustee Ed Steve, who invited us. I said, hey, is Kiana and Brittany going to be there? Because I wanted to talk to them, because I wanted to get an interview. Now, I want to be real. I thought it was now I'm saying a club. I thought it was like a little hole in the wall, a lounge where we could sit and talk, but it ended up being a whole party, an event. So it was loud in there. I couldn't even talk to the trustees. And I was so excited. I thought I would get the women, to get their take on things. How do you feel, being cool with Tiffany at one point? Now you got to be at odds with another woman. Y'all got to pass each other in the stores. That's what I wanted to get. Well, when we walked in there, it was like it was a beautiful place, but it was a club. Like, it was like from the windows to the walls. It was like that. So we couldn't really have a talk, right? So that was it. So I was thinking that the next day, because Shay was still here, he was like, oh no, he was meeting with them again. So they had, and I mean that in an innocent way, like they were in an event. He was going around Dalton and he was running into people. Like Shay was literally driving around Dalton. So now we're here. Now we're here. Hey Aja. So you got me laughing with these little runs, Lucille. Hey Lucille. So we're sitting there minding our business, doing nothing, and I still get attacked. We just riding the bike. And I'm like, what's the attack for? The attack is for if you even, we can call Tiffany all the B's, the O's, and the clothes, right? You could talk up under all her clothes all you want to. But if you say anything, if you even mention one of these people names, just a mention, like if I'm sitting here like la 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 la, Sherry, she's attacking me. What's the difference? This woman been under attack for 3 years. You know what I mean? And I'm just saying she's still human. If she would have hauled up and did, it wasn't as strong as she is and did the inevitable, what y'all would have said now then. You know what I mean? But now you can't take someone mentioning your name when you're the forefront of the movement, right? You want to be the forefront of the movement. So it's like, no, attack this person. Attack this person. Stop them from talking. And at one point, y'all, I'm not going to lie, I was wondering, debating where I was going to go from here. You know what I mean? Because nobody is covering both sides. I refuse to endorse any one side. And I think that was the same thing with Shay at that time. He never really said, vote for this person, don't vote for this person. He just did the coverage of the day. The coverage of the day. Bike riding is dangerous and Dalton. All right, let's continue. So I just find that interesting.
This story and several others I'm going to be putting out in the future are going to cause more political attacks. And considering they have Jed now, who loves giving out his 48-hour notices, doxing people and stalking them, he has an us against them mentality. How many activists have you seen over the years threatening to sick gangbangers on people? I can only think of Jed.
This is my real promise. I'm not going to just use my investigators. I think I'm going to make my calls to the guys in the streets. Maybe you can help prove I'm never alone.
Guys in the street, he says. Let's let him hang himself a little more.
If you don't respond to this very fucking basic request, this is what I promise you. I'm going to make sure that enough resources is in the neighborhoods. And since you don't think that I'm worth answering, I'll tell you one thing for fucking sure. You will answer them.
So he's going to resource a bunch of people in the neighborhood to go after Andrew Holmes. Sounds like he's hiring hitmen to me. But let's give him the benefit of the doubt.
Come in their blocks, come in their neighborhoods, come in their communities. And wait a minute, you're a community advocate in Chicago. I think you understand what I'm saying.
Well, since a bunch of people in Chicago get killed on a daily basis, I think we know what he's trying to say.
Now, Jed's been accused of the same exact thing in the past, and you're innocent until proven guilty. No one ever threatened to sick gangbangers on him, but he thinks it's okay to do it to others. But what's more frightening and disgusting, the trustees are 100% okay with it. Jed's even came out and said he's cool with the trustees. He doesn't need to apologize to them. They just need to keep going on and doing their thing. And that's quite concerning because that opens the door for a lot of threats, bullying, and harassment from people on the trustee side. And they 100% condone it. Trustees, if that isn't true, come out and say it because you haven't yet. And just so everybody knows, I won't be responding.
It's like, it's the, oh, we saw the body cam. We saw the body cam with Brittany and Jason. So yeah, come out and say it now, y'all. Might as well.
To YouTube comments no more. And I've already deleted all my comments before putting out this video. Reason being, all the creepy creeperton tactics coming from the trustee side. They like using YouTube comments to get IP addresses. They like to stalk people. These people are total weirdos. I don't feel like being stalked by political scum. This is my second time doing this. The first time I did it because I wasn't always using a VPN, so I deleted everything. Then I started using a VPN, but then Jed came out like a week or so ago and said they have a workaround around VPN. I'm not feeling that creepy stalker stuff, so I'm just staying away from the comments. And to be clear here, by no means am I a Jed hater. I can get behind a lot of the stuff he's done, but a lot of the stuff he's done, I can't rock with either. The doxing, the IP tracking, he's done a lot of stupid things. And of course, he'll never acknowledge it. It's always everybody else's fault. Even though I can't respect the doxing and IP tracking and all that stuff, and I do think he's told a couple lies to his audience, I do actually think his heart's in the right place. Anyways, moving on. For those that don't know, Nikita was on a reality TV show called To Roam for Love. So first thing first, personally, I don't think it's a coincidence that you have a PR person who is on a reality TV show and Dalton feels like a reality TV show. Anybody that's been in that circumstance knows that drama sells. And what's hooked everybody on this whole Dalton thing? All the drama. Not only that, but it muddies up the waters and it makes it very hard for the regular person to distinguish what's true and what's not true. I've also found online posts and articles and stuff like that that claims she became a millionaire from this TV show. So I actually asked her about that. That was one of my questions. And it turns out she was just embellishing it just for the internet. She told me she made $25,000 per episode. So that would equate to about $750,000 less than $1 million. The big concern and why I'm bringing it up, if she...
I'm not calling her a liar. I'm not. But I've worked in reality TV. To Roam for Love was given $25,000 an episode. To Roam for Love. It's people on Real Housewives. I'm thinking of all the Little People, Big World. What's another one? Let's just do reality dating. Shoot, Flavor of Love. To Roam with Love, you were making $25,000 an episode as a cast member. Blood, Sweat, and Heels. Melissa, what's her name? The pretty lady, Melissa. She's on Joe Budden podcast. Melissa Ford. Dr. Nikita made $25,000 a day. I'm sorry, an episode on To Roam for Love. To Roam for Love. I'm not calling her a liar. I'm just saying To Roam for Love. They were paying that. That's a pretty good pay. So for cast members, that's a pretty good pay. And hey, I guess maybe negotiate for what you want. I don't know.
He's willing to lie about something as petty as this for like internet clout. What else is she lying about? The next thing I want to talk about is her company called Media Doctors. When she had this company, she was working with 20th Ward Alderman candidate Kevin Bailey. Now, Kevin Bailey is an interesting character. It appears his...
Exactly, Erica. And you guys make sure you follow Exactly Erica. She has an amazing channel as well. She reviews reality TV. That's what I'm saying. You said, shoot, folks are getting beat down on Zeus for like $1,000. That show only had like one season, I think, right? So that's what I'm thinking. And like I said, maybe she was in negotiations or had a good manager. I don't know. I can't, like, I'm one of those people. If I didn't see it, I can't say you lying. I'm not going to call you a liar. But that's pretty interesting. Season 1, new show, unknown cast, $25,000 an episode. Jeez Louise, they had faith.
Plan to win the 20th Ward Alderman election was by committing election fraud. And that's not my opinion. That's what people involved are accusing him in this article. Kevin Bailey challenges nearly all of 14 opponents for the 20th Ward Alderman. Kevin Bailey, a candidate for the Alderman of the 20th Ward, has filed documents with the Chicago Board of Elections to challenge nearly all 14 of his opponents in the race. Actually, he did challenge all 14 opponents. He ended up withdrawing one because he got accused of fraud and the person that accused him of fraud said he didn't want that in the official filing, so he withdrew before it was documented. Kevin is a scumbag, said Anthony Driver, the entrepreneur and consultant who's also the youngest running for alderman in the 20th Ward. Kevin's mom and dad are going to run the office if he wins. Driver, a back-of-the-yards native, has focused on registering voters and building up support in the western part of the ward he says has long been ignored by local power brokers. Bailey had initially challenged him, but abruptly withdrew his objection midway through the first evidentiary hearing. Driver said he had discovered evidence of fraud in Bailey's filings with the board, and Bailey withdrew his objection to avoid including it in the official record. And it appears the reason why he was doing stuff like this was because 65% of the ward's 150 judges were Kevin and Maria Bailey appointees, many of them serving for the first time. Reflecting on Bailey's challenge later, Finko didn't mince words. I think what he's doing is an abuse of the system and an abuse of the rules, he said. He added that Bailey's objections were a waste of taxpayer dollars since the board had to spend time and money on hearings that go nowhere. I don't mind if someone files an objection for valid reasons. That's the rules, he said, apparently considering his own camp's challenges to be above board. The stuff that Bailey is pulling, it's not professional. 2 days after Muhammad's meltdown, the board found that 82% of Bailey's objections didn't stand up to scrutiny. Finkel filed a motion saying that the implications of Kevin Bailey's actions are very troubling. Residents of the 20th Ward deserve an alderman who has good moral fiber, honesty, and integrity at all times. Colin wrote a recommendation to the board stating that Bailey did not meet his burden of showing due diligence and inquiry. The objections petition appear to have been conceived in fraud, false pleading, and bad faith. At a meeting last week, the board adopted Colin's recommendation and rejected Bailey's objections. Nicole Johnson made the ballot. And then Bailey was also accused of funny things like this. The reader heard about 6 such instances and spoke with 2 election judges who both claimed one or both of the Baileys told them they wouldn't appoint them to serve as judges unless they agreed to work as circulators for Kevin Bailey's campaign. One of the judges, Quentin Jones, filed a police report and a complaint with the Board of Elections last fall. I thought it was a joke, Jones, 55, told me on the phone. He'd worked for the same precinct in the 20th Ward as a Democratic judge for 15 years and had never been asked to do political work in exchange for his job. Jones said he asked whether he'd be paid for circulating and was told that he wouldn't be. I refused and they removed me, Jones said. Ultimately, he did get an election judge assignment from the board again, but in the 3rd Ward. He said the whole thing felt like an affront to democracy. Update. Kevin Bailey's media relations coordinator, Nikita McGraw, reached out to the reader after the January 10th issue went to press, explaining the reason Bailey withdrew his petition challenge to Driver was because our recapitulation sheets on 3 candidates mysteriously disappeared. She wrote that the campaign had filed full, complete, and accurate sets of paperwork with the board to challenge Driver and 2 others, implying that parts of the filings may have disappeared while in the board custody, hindering Bailey from moving forward with his objections. She went on to say that Bailey's campaign subpoenaed the board for video, still photos, audio from the time they were dropped off until the time they took them off to the sheriff's department, and the board refused to give us any of that information. And here's what the election board had to say about it. We're handling 181 objections right now. There are no complaints in the other 178. Board of Elections spokesman Jim Allen said in response to Bailey's concerns, "We'll gladly look into his claims, but the suggestion here is that sheets are missing from multiple sets of the same objections and only objections filed from one person. I'll let the public be the judge of that." And keep in mind, 65% of the ward's 150 judges were Kevin and Maria Bailey appointees. So since Nikita was a part of his campaign, I asked her if she stood by the press releases that she put out to this day as being true. I never got a response. She put out more press releases than this. I don't see the point of going through them. Before moving on, I want to read a little bit.
Hey, I told y'all in between that I'm gonna go over. So this was interesting. So I shared with you guys the whole slap situation. Y'all saw that at the bottom. Let me see if I could bring it up a little more. So this thread was about me. And I got another thread. I just had to see if I could share it with y'all, but I have to use it for something else. So forgive me. I think this is enough. This is enough. Yeah. See, it's difficult. A lot of people, you could tell, you could tell who a lot of people, like when they be like, no, you really gotta check with counsel before you do stuff like this. Okay, so this is the slap, right? So they were talking about me, and it was like, I'm a victim too. I handle threats a little different. I would slap a bitch in her damn face. I'm not about to internet beef with these trolls. I'll wait until I see her in person, ask her to repeat. So everybody was under the, so this was that one, and it's another one, but that one, y'all just wait on it. So this is what Miss Thelma put up when she saw that. She was like, I'm here. Now she got 16 comments under there, and it was like, oh, I can't wait to see what she gonna say. You know, I'm just going over it lightly. I can't wait to hear what she gonna say when Nikita walk up, blah, blah, blah. This is what was going on under here. Now, one comment was funny. Somebody said I look like Miss Pearly. I was rolling. That was hilarious. They were talking about I got a little furry lip. That was hilarious. Now, something like that. They were like, look, she needs to wax her lip. They say I look like Miss Pearly for Friday. Now, I was dying. Like, y'all, my friends know I will crack up at some stuff. Like, I was like, oh, hell no. Y'all caught me in between a wax day? Lord. It was, now that stuff like that, that's all fair. You don't go make you think I went and made a police report because someone said I look like Miss Pearly on Friday? Do you think I called the FBI? They're like, we got the FBI on speed dial. Why? What the hell? For what? For what? Right, like, you sound real hard on. I was like, so y'all sat up here and put up now. So this is what we go back to. Did you want a positive reaction from this, or did you want a negative reaction? So let me see if I can pull the comments up for you guys. Sorry, y'all know I'm not. So let me just read some of these comments right here. It says, I would search her purse for weapons. Then Lizzie says, that purse is so ugly and so 90s and 2000. First of all, that's a tote bag. And I had my water that I hand out to the seniors and my candy in my tote bag. But go off, sis. And somebody said, yeah, check for her weapons and her voter's registration card. Then they went in to try to talk about Shay possibly liking me, which I hate that. Like, why y'all be going to that? Shay is a married man. Then somebody says she's not skinning and grinning today. Then the next person say, Bum B, out here lying and crying like the Karen she is. We see the real receipts. I hope JD presses charges against her for defamation when it's over. Wait a damn minute. That's the woman causing all the social media controversy. Another damn TR alum. She's literally been unproblematic since forever. With her, Tiffany, and Freeman, will always be a snake to me. But why do they get this far in life to fuck up and bring all this negativity into life? This then Little Miss Help Me is another comment. Then somebody's like, she's what, I guess ugly as hell. I don't know if it's me or my purse. What's up, late night crew? But yeah, did you want I'm first of all, let's go over. I'm in a public place. So that's fine. You took a picture of me in a public place. But the context, you knew why you took the picture of me. You knew why you did it, because it was this going on, this whole slap gate. You know what I mean? And y'all supposed to be doctors and politicians and educated and all this stuff. And you will use your public platform with your name and harass people. This is bananas to me. This is bananas. When people start talking about appearance, it's a sign of insecurity. Yeah, I'm like, what? So I'm gonna keep sharing with y'all a little bit of what I've been going through and what I can behind the scenes. I usually just ask people, like when they do something to me, I ask them, can you stop? Y'all, I don't know if that's the right or wrong way. It's the wrong way for Dalton. But when I left Dalton and got to travel the world and go overseas and see all this stuff, I started to know that it's just a simple conversation. Everything doesn't have to be so aggressive. Everything does not have to be so aggressive or hostile. It really don't. Like if you say something like, "Hey, good morning. What the heck? What's good about it? What's good about it?" Oh, okay. That's Dalton. That hello, smile at somebody. What you looking at? That's Dalton. And it needs to change. And this is the mentality of the people leading it. It needs to change. Now, no matter if you think Tiffany is phony or not, one thing I do see, she's out there hugging people and telling them she love them, no matter what. That is because that lacks here in Dalton. That lacks. People will smile, and if they think, and it's just this one group, it's just a group of the same people that do this. It's not every person. Like if you guys are watching this online and you're hearing my voice, if you think it's not other people in Dalton really organizing for the real movement, you're mistaken. They just don't want the spotlight of it. It's real professionals out here. They do not want, hey Ted, they do not want the spotlight and the fighting and the going off. Like it's just becoming totally, it's going to escalate. It's just being chaotic. Like, why do we have to be so aggressive? Why we just can't wait for the people to come in, arrest, but still help our community? The lights were off for 3 days. You ain't seen nan person hand a water bottle. That is the perfect time for you to be able to check on your neighbors. I think as a community, we need to work together to better the community and then let the politicians just politic because they're in a whole different area. Everybody, you know what? You're right. Everybody knows that's the small town. Everybody feel like they know everybody's business. Everybody got to expose everybody. They need love and leave-in condition. Done. Stop. Y'all don't get me in trouble this early. Let me turn my coffee pot on. Y'all are too much. So you guys, you got to tell me what you had for breakfast because today I decided to have like a green juice, like a wheatgrass shot and some green juice, and I'm still hungry. I want some Cracker Barrel pancakes. All right, let's go back to individual investor and hit that like button. I'm demanding you got 24 hours to hit that like button or else hit it.
From this Hyde Park Herald article, because I thought it was pretty interesting. A month before former Alderman Willie Cochran, 20th Ward, entered a guilty plea in his corruption case last March, he predicted that one of his occasional rivals would soon follow him into the political afterlife. He'll be giving up everything, including committeemen, Cochran said in an interview with the Herald and Southside Weekly. He should be enjoying that. The he Cochran was referring to was Kevin Bailey, then the 20th Ward Democratic committeeman and candidate for alderman. A year later, Cochran's prediction has more or less come true. Kevin Bailey is not running for re-election as committee person. Cochran himself is in the middle of serving a year-long prison sentence for felony wire fraud. Now, all this becomes extremely concerning in my eyes regarding Nikita once you find out that she's on the executive board for the Thornton Township Democratic Committee, which is responsible for recruiting candidates for elections. It also means funding for elections as well. If she was willing to work on dirty campaigns in the past, what's going to stop her in the future? We've seen how dirty this whole Dalton thing is. Is that just a coincidence or is it something else? I'll let you be the judge. Next, I want to talk about Lanique Corporation, or better known as Lanique Virtual Solutions. You'll notice it dissolved in 2018. And yes, I understand that this company uses a different name. When you look at her countless social media accounts, it's not hard to put 2 and 2 together. And when you go to the Illinois business search and type in the other name I said, Lanique Virtual Solutions, well, that company doesn't exist. Now, this one's a little troubling to me. Like, if you go on Nikita's LinkedIn page, you can clearly see she worked at a Lanique Virtual Solutions from January of 2017 till March of 2023, but she calls herself the client relationship manager. And I don't know why she's doing that. I mean, yeah, that might have been one of her positions, but she was the owner of the company. So let's look at her muckrack profile real quick. We'll notice.
You know, I find this interesting. I'm just, shout out to Scott for the gifts. 5 gifts. Clark Stark, you're here. How are you? Can you say something regarding, you know, where you been? You sent me an email. I didn't get to get back to you. I saw you were doing you were in certain groups doing exposés, I guess, about YouTubers or whatever. Do you want to say anything? Is it a reason? I'm just curious. I just want to know if you're over here. Are you over here to report, or are you over here just to see what I have to say? It's just, I'm shocked to see that you're here, Clark Stark, and you gifted a membership. This is interesting. This is interesting because, you know, and I didn't have any problem with you, Clark Stark, but welcome to the membership.
It says Nikita Whitaker, as seen in Rolling Out, owner of Lanique Virtual Solutions. And then if you go to Rolling Out and type in Nikita Whitaker in the search bar, look at what you get. Nikita McGraw. And this also isn't the last time you're going to see these two names commingled. She's also used the Lanique name for other things like Lanique Beauty Bar, for example. Now on paper, the business model for Lanique Virtual Solutions sounds like a very good thing that anybody can get behind and support. But the reality of
and shout out to LNC. I just was shocked because Clark Stark, we had no problems, no issues. And I was just like, man, like, you literally are out here bashing me for what? Like, what's the, you know, as a person that comment and I listen to you and I talk, you know, I'm literally like listening to what you, and I'm saying literally on purpose. I'm listening to what you're saying. It was just sharp to see Clark Stark has a membership. Now, if he's still here, I implore him, please say something. Let us know how you feel. Unless you threw your computer at the wall. they started because that 50 piece over there, they threw their computer at the wall. Like, you know, I just want to know. I just want to know. And I'm not trying to be mean, but I am curious and direct. I am shocked to see Clark Stark here. He was done with me a long time ago.
Of it is, that's the farthest from the truth. And I'm not accusing Nikita of any ill intent or anything like that. Like I told her in email, I believe you're smarter than that. You do have doctor in front of your name, so this should have been obvious to you. The 37-year-old started Lanique Virtual Solutions, a call center that employs women with chronic illnesses so that they can work from home answering customer service calls for national companies. She does have a YouTube page for this company, and we'll notice under this description, it says Lanique is a subcontractor for Arise Virtual Solutions, the largest work-from-home platform in the nation. Now, I have no idea why she closed down Lanique, but I can only assume it's because Arise doesn't do business with Illinois residents anymore. Now, Arise has had a lot of problems over the years.
Child, and y'all, I want to be clear. Clark, that's why I want Clark to say something. Say something. Because maybe he just wanted to be over here to know more. Maybe it's not ill intent. Maybe he just like, let me see what Burgundy talking about regarding this. And I do know that he likes the individual investor, so that could be why he's over here. But yeah, just wondering.
Here's a recent bulletin put out by the FTC.
Wait a minute. What?
for Arise Virtual Solutions, the largest work from home platform in the nation.
Wait a minute. Wait one darn. First of all, why all these names? But is it 2 subscribers? Oh Lord, is this why people really mad when they be like, y'all taking, yeah, 2 subscribers for a business? JB, I am confusion. I am confusion. Gardis, thanks for joining the talk yesterday. You always are the voice. Like you just put everything into perspective. Thank you. Hit the like button and share. Is this thing on? Is this thing recording? That's all I'm saying. Like, is this why y'all be like, oh, with the YouTubers, you are technically a YouTuber. He just went to your YouTube channel. Let me get my coffee.
In the nation.
I'm getting hangry.
Now, I have no idea why she closed down Lanique, but I can only assume it's because Arise doesn't do business with Illinois residents anymore. Now, Arise has had a lot of problems over the years. Here's a recent bulletin put out by the FTC. FTC takes action against gig work company Arise Virtual Solutions for deceiving consumers about pay and marketing its business opportunity. Arise lured in workers with false promises about what they can earn while requiring them to pay out of pocket for essential equipment, training, and other expenses, said FTC Chair Linda.
Ted, leave me alone right now. Ted says somehow, and wait a minute, Ted, your little cat in there. I had a cat name like that looked like that. We called him Boots, but we also had another cat. We called him Cow Cow. With the little black and white, it's so cute. Somehow I have 4 subscribers and I don't make content. Jed tried to tell me I'm a content creator. People, you can subscribe to anybody you want to as long as they have a YouTube channel. And that's sad, but they feel like that. What's up, Truska? What's up? You know, it's just everybody's attack. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's an attack. It's like, child, hit the like button. This is
and Khan. Operating in the gig economy is no license for evading the law, and the FTC will continue using all of its tools to protect Americans from unlawful business practice. The company heavily promoted this business opportunity online, targeting stay-at-home mothers and others who might be looking for opportunities to support their families by working from home. Most of the gig workers Arise recruited were Black, and almost all of them were women. According to the complaint, when Arise began...
You know what? I hate this. Now that I'm learning, you guys, I'm so not a political person, but now I'm learning this. You get the Black, you get the they target these people: Black, single moms, handicapped, elderly. Oh, we're gonna make life better for you. Then they suck the life out of them. This is what I'm learning. I'm like, what? What is happening? And Shay, are you over here with the wrench? Because I feel like are you doing something? Because I felt like I was getting my point across. And you know, the last time I felt like I was getting my point across, it was you the whole time. So thank you. Thank you, guys.
Citing the $18 an hour figure in 2020, its own internal document showed that the average pay for job on its gig work platform was just $12 an hour. In fact, from 2019 to 2022, 99.9% of the consumers who joined the Arise platform made less than $18 an hour in hourly base pay. The overinflated earnings claims were effective in drawing in consumers. Arise market testing showed more consumers responded to these specific claims than those simply advertising extra income. In addition to the fact that consumers' pay was nearly always below the levels Arise advertised, the complaint alleges that the company's earning claims did not factor in the substantial fees consumers faced when joining and using the Arise platform. According to the complaint, consumers who joined the Arise platform are required to make hundreds of dollars in equipment purchases like computers and headsets, including some equipment that is purchased from and financed by Arise. In addition, until
What's up, Cash Money? What's up, Magnolia? This is very interesting. So they never did anything they said they were going to do. Then the FTC got involved.
July 2022, Arise charged consumers as much as $250 for training programs that were required before consumers could begin money-earning jobs. It only stopped charging for that training after learning of the FTC's investigation. Beyond the startup costs, Arise also charges workers on its platform nearly $40 each month in mandatory fees, which further reduce consumers' effective earnings. When consumers left the Arise platform after discovering that their pay was not sufficient or equal to what Arise promised, their expenses were not refunded. So essentially, you were making a lot less than what they were advertising, and then you would make even less money because of the training, the monthly fees, and equipment purchases that were.
I hate that. Have you guys ever had a job like that? I walked into a job like that with a temp agency, and the temp agency was making $25 an hour, and I was making like $10 an hour. Then they had me come in for free training. This was back in the day, and I was like, "Oh hell no!" But yeah, they got over on them. This is a great breakdown.
Were required. Now, this FTC complaint is brand new. It's from about a month ago. However, the writing's been on the wall for quite some time. Here's an article from January 22nd, 2021. All a gig economy pioneer had to do was politely disagree it was violating federal law, and the Labor Department walked away. An Obama administration Labor Department investigator estimated that Arise Virtual Solution owed its network of 20,000 customer service agents $14.2 million. The company paid nothing. Now, when you go on the Better Business Bureau site, you'll see they have a 1.35 star rating out of 5, and they had 121 complaints closed in the last 3 years. I'm not sure how many complaints this place has total, but when you read these reviews, you can't help but feel a little sorry for these people because they did get taken advantage of. And then when you go through the complaints on like Reddit and other websites, there's just tons of complaints. A lot of people calling it a scam, essentially. All in all, I think this is the most accurate review I was able to find of the company. Arise is a legit work-from-home opportunity that helps people make money as customer service agents. However, the platform has so many startup and ongoing fees that it's a bit of a money grab. Plus, the hourly pay isn't amazing, and you might not even find clients with the platform. Now, my biggest
shout out to Gardis. Gardis, it's too many. This irritate. Gardis, where were they at? Y'all better all be here when we do our Black August video. Yeah, where was y'all at when we were talking about the contributions of African Americans during Memorial Day? Where was y'all at? But now, Gardis says too many people in these streets. Gardis, much like Shay, couldn't it just be me? I feel like I'm getting my point across. I'm not getting Scott Gardis, thank you for gifted memberships. Y'all don't feel like I'm getting my point across? I thought it was just me that the people were coming in. They coming in to hear about some tea? Oh, man. Oh, man. What's up, Big Ob? Big Ob, I told you so. So, you told me from the beginning. I did not listen. I thought it was just me. So wait a minute. Now the name is Nietzsche Whitaker. Individual investor. You in trouble. You in trouble, individual investor. You gonna have individual investor. I ain't trying to do this, but I have to be fair. If I was fair with Anton Daniels, they gonna send that notice to you next. You gotta get a notice. I have done nothing close to any of this, and I had a whole 2020 report with Diane Sawyer. You have to get a notice. It's just what it is.
Biggest issue with this, outside of Nikita running this business for years after she dissolved it, She actually defended these business practices on her YouTube channel. And as a doctor, you're supposed to be smarter than the average bear. So she should have known better. And personally, I think she did.
I actually think because he said he's going to do a series. He's pointing to that doctor some kind of way. He didn't tell it in part 1, but I think part 2, he's going to point to the doctor situation in some kind of way. And I'm just saying, if you're, I think this is the rule of thumb. If you're honorary, like Bill Cosby or Felicia Rashad or Spike Lee, they don't never say doctor. Well, maybe Bill Cosby do, I don't know. And that's a bad example. But if they received a doctorate from South Suburban College, which don't give you doctorates, but I'm just saying, they usually put the honorary doctorate behind their name, okay? I have friends that are doctors and they really went to school to be doctors. They really studied. They are doctors in their profession, and they still are not in that much of a demand that you call them doctor, blah, blah, blah. The doctor is overused at this point, oversaturated, and I'm wondering, what are we missing? Because if you got a doctorate, let's say if you got a doctorate and that makes you a doctor, like you got a doctor from church, you got a doctor from your sorority, blah, 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 blah. You're supposed to put it behind your name. You're not supposed to be doctor, blah, 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 because a doctor of what? She said Cornell, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, y'all can go to the Wiley Show. Shout out to the Wiley Show. He questioned it as well, lightly. But if he questioned a lot of things in that interview lightly, not trying to just, I watch the Wiley Show when I can. He was not trying to be mean or malicious. He didn't know about Dalton. So he had a lot of pertinent questions in that interview. It is. You can remember when Karen Civil went to Harvard. Do anybody remember when Karen Civil went to Harvard? Then everybody started going to Harvard because Harvard had this flash program for like 2 weeks, and they even gave you a graduation. I'm just saying. I'm not saying because I'm not there. I saw the lady with a diploma and a cap and gown. That's all I know. I went to Robert Morris. They give no doctorates, okay? I have nothing to say here. My country self went to Robert Morris, okay? And if you guys didn't know, when y'all be hearing, this is so sad because a lot of people, we be saying, y'all, we have a little Southern dialect here in Dalton for some reason. I don't know if it was a school system. I don't know what it is. But that's why we a whole municipality. We a whole municipality. But if you're going to talk about, I think he's going to pull this doctor situation out and we won't have a question. This is a lot of name changes. She has the right. She's a woman. She has the right. I got a couple of people in the shadow realm. There we go. This is what it is. Such as William H. Cosby Jr. ED.D. That I thought I had it wrong, Scott. I thought Bill Cosby had a doctorate and he put the ED behind his name. I never saw a doctor that, but if she earned it, she earned it. You usually put the doctor in the back. Y'all, I'm getting information. Sorry, getting information. And you guys, hit the like button, consider subscribing. Also, hit the links if you can in the description box. Your girl fighting. Y'all see, this is the thing. You look at Shay, you look at me. We're degular girls from the Bronx. Sorry, that was a J-Lo reference, Shay. I know you're not a girl from the Bronx, but I just had to say it. We're degular, schmegler girls from the Bronx. And Shay gonna pull up the wrench on his show tonight because I said that. But we're just regular people doing content. Okay? Just regular people doing content. Does not mean we're perfect. We're just regular people doing content. Y'all decide to put this man's wife up on the internet, his house on the internet, his children on the internet. The next thing I'm gonna play is a whole takedown. I'm waiting on approval. It was another. I want y'all to see with your own eyes, since I have so many eyes today. It was a whole where they got up in the morning, not saying Dr. Nikita specifically, but the Dolton Politics group. They got up in the morning and set a timer. Y'all think I'm lying? And they were like, flag Shay videos, flag his videos, stop him. Immediately. The same man where you saw at the beginning of Individual Investors video that had an elected official wearing his t-shirt. Now, Shay would be at 100,000 subscribers. I have no doubt in my mind. If he would have rolled the train with the trustees and not been standing on just being both sides. Because Shay has language. He is extra and like he was almost like Johnny Carson at night, but with the cussing and the weed. You know what I mean? But Shay was our nighttime relief. We would get up in the morning. So many of us, we would get up, see what Pink Book has to say, see what Hannibal has to say. It was another, I used to watch Shawan a lot because she gave breakdowns of stuff. We would see what the Nate the lawyer would say. I would watch him. And then about 9 o'clock, while we putting our beans on, soaking our beans for our Sunday dinner, Shay would come on late at night with a bunch of stuff to make us unwind. We could sit there with our tea or our wine and just laugh at the stuff that went on in Dalton for that day. He was making jokes and we were having fun. All of a sudden it went to, y'all, we all must, Dalton politics changed to Shay politics. It's crazy. It's crazy. And now we see, the truth, you got me cracking up. Now we see that it's literally a leader of the trustees. And I'm saying this, not individual investor, but we saw at the beginning of the video, begging to bargain with individual investor. So he does not release anything on her. This makes me think, and I have to be both sides, individual investor. What else does she bargain with you with? So but I got to be honest. He said, if you change your company name and do the right thing, I won't release it. Ain't that crazy? Ain't that crazy? So behind the scenes, we see it's bargaining with YouTubers. Just like we know behind the scenes, that's why the YouTubers are a problem. People were feeding all the same information. We're 20 minutes into his show and we got 3 different names from Dr. Nikita. It's her right. It's her name. Change it to what you want to. But we got 3 or 4 different names already. And y'all want to give me a 48-hour notice. Okay. Let's continue.
Oh, this is Nikita, and I am the CEO of Lanique Virtual Solutions, answering your question.
Nikita, why you couldn't use that voice at the... I'm sorry. Now, this is Burgundy for real. I'm sitting here with my face like, my mouth open like, why she couldn't use this sweet voice at the Jason House 2025 clean house thing? Why she was like, and she was like, put your hands together for this. I'm like, girl, there's like in the house. Then we saw that SD burn the spot. Girl, this voice would have been great. This voice would have been great. She was like, and you guys, I'm feeling a little more free with y'all because child is, if you don't know, hit the links. It's been a journey, and I'm still going through the journey. So people are finally reaching out, like, okay, I'm sorry. A lot of people are reaching out telling Bird they sorry. I don't know if y'all know that or not, but we'll talk about it later. But yeah. Let's give it up for this black girl. Girl, this voice would suffice.
Questions from the inbox in under a minute. Question: how much am I paid and how often am I paid? Answer:
This voice, I'm gonna listen to everything she say. I'm gonna listen to what she say. Totally. That whole introduction, give it up for who spin the block, this black trustee and thief. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. Assalamu alaikum, alaikum salam.
are paid via direct deposit directly from Lanique Virtual Solutions. You will be given a direct deposit form once you complete the background checks and you select which company you would like to work for. As far as how much you're paid, it ranges anywhere between $8 an hour and $16 an hour, depending on which client you choose to work for. Everybody, it's Nikita, CEO of Lanique Virtual Solutions, answering your questions in under a minute. Why do I have to pay for my training certification? Great question. The reason why you are responsible for that cost is the same reason why you are responsible for the cost of your landline. You're responsible for the cost of your cable. You're responsible for the cost of your internet because you are an independent contractor. And these are fees that goes with part of your job that you is setting you up to be an independent business owner. Okay.
I shouldn't have to say this, but I am, just in case people don't know. In my opinion, those two video clips contradict each other. Reason being, in clip 1, she talks about your hourly rate. And then in clip 2, she calls you an independent contractor. So an independent contractor sets their own rates. I'm an independent contractor in construction, for example. I set my price for the project, and then I set the wages for the people helping me with the project, or I guess you can say employees. Independent contractors usually set their own.
Oh, that's an MLM voice. Got it. And see, that's how I feel about the whole, we'll go over the meeting. That's how I feel about that. That whole voice like that whole, it's all churchy. Like it's try to, like they were, the spirit is in here today. Amen. Amen. Are we? Let me just let this video play so we can get to the next one.
Price. And wages are generally set by the market. Like I've mentioned before, I pay prevailing wage. And I pay prevailing wage because I believe in fair, livable wages. But that's also the market rate if you want to be comparable to like a union company that pays.
I'm sorry, we're listening to you and we're texting. For the kickoff yesterday, they should have hired a MC. I agree. I don't know why Nikita was the MC, the PR. That's why everything was so disheveled. Like, you have to learn how to outsource some things. You don't need to be in control of everything. For the kickoff yesterday, they should have hired an MC. There are people who professionally do that. I know one personally who's real good. I agree. I would have rather Pastor Fleshman do it.
High wages. If you're working on one of these platforms, there's no market to set the wage. The platform sets the wages. So now we're going to move on to the final thing I'm going to talk about, and that would be her latest company, High Society Management. Now you might be scratching your head wondering, how did I recently get her to dissolve it if the company was dissolved involuntarily on 9/10/2021, so almost 3 years ago? Well, the answer is actually quite simple. She reset up the business in Indiana on 4/14/2022. And that was actually one of the issues I had with it. Now, I want to show you something else. You'll see the incorporator is Dr. Nikita McGraw. The CEO is Natalia Whitaker. Now, from my understanding, these are the same people. I couldn't find a Natalia Whitaker located in the Midwest. I found one in the Bronx, New York. Then when you go on the
Child, I give up. Is this some? This is my issue. Can I be honest? I know I can't be honest. Oh shoot. And I was long-winded. Y'all got a double decker. Okay, let's get to it. We were long-winded and we can't be honest. Let's go.
Can I be recognized, Mayor?
You want to be long-winded? I'm just asking.
I got some clothes. I got some jewelry. The rest I got tied up in investments. I ain't got nothing else.
So this is the thing. This many names? We got this many names floating around. It's your right. It's your party. But did anybody not? I remember telling Ed Steve this. I said, you do know y'all time would possibly happen. Like y'all are dumping all this stuff, running around, taping people, getting video testimony. That whole thing. Remember we got the sad music with the clerk being escorted out of Allison Key office. That was Brittany Norwood video and that, allegedly. But yeah, that's what we heard. And we got a little footage from an officer that gave us the footage. Allegedly. Not an officer of Dalton, an officer of Cook County. They were just like, what is going on with the trustee following the clerks? They thought something was weird and they put it out online. Y'all don't pay attention to the small channels like Conscious, Choose Compassion, Individual Investor. I don't have no insight or nothing. People just posting it online and y'all are ignoring it. I don't dig in nobody's business. I don't care about your credit report. I ain't trying to see where you live. If it's online, I report on it. If it's something on YouTube, I report on it. Y'all start looking at these smaller channels, you guys. We are far from election. Do I think Tiffany will win Thornton Township? Absolutely not. My prediction, she got a chance in Dalton. She has a chance in Dalton because y'all don't know how to work together. So just like we're seeing what's going on, we just heard Trina Downs was put, I think LNC is covering this tonight, Late Night Crew. Trina Downs was put out of the outside event that all of us got a text for. We all like, I don't live in Dalton. So you know how that go. I don't live in Dalton. Y'all started that. Then I don't vote. Y'all started that. We got a whole video coming about this. Is some stuff you have to be patient. The trustees and the people that's running the trustees and the group, they are not patient. They suck at patience. They suck at patience. And everybody want to be slinging whatever they could sling for any reason. That is the real statement. Y'all want to sling. Everybody want to have this power. Everybody is looking for the power. It's scary. If you live here, it's scarier. If you live here, it's scarier. You have no idea how scary this is because they have no focus. Their only focus is protect myself, not even protect my group or my team, protect myself. They don't even have a group. I'm going to be 100% honest. It sucks. I cannot stand that Keith Price and Michael A. Smith stand up for Tiffany every day. Every time she come to me, these two, they go into the podium. But they show loyalty. Dalton trustees have no loyalty. They're working in fear. They're working in fear someone will expose them. They're working in fear that They watch all these videos all day. I got the proof. They watch these videos all day. All day. All day. All day. But it's a problem. Y'all not even covering. Y'all not covering. And look, Shay and I are at a disadvantage. I want to bring this up. Lucille, thanks for that. We're at a disadvantage because we're not senior citizens that get a fixed income. So like on the 1st or the 3rd or the 15th, we could depend on our check every month. We have to work. So we're behind what they're doing, what they're kicking out. We're way behind. Hey, John Luna, thank you for the $19.99 super chat. And it said, if you know, you know. You already know that $19.99. That $19.99 I sent Shay when Shay had sent me so much supporting. He supported all content creators, not just me. That $19.99, me saying I'm connected and valued, which comes from this, it ruined my life.
That I have felt the most connected and valued.
Just because. Now, y'all don't know why that meetup at the, I'm going to say this part, and I'll let Shay, sometimes Shay and I, we know stuff, but we don't say anything. July 29th is a big day in Dalton. Did y'all know that? It's a big day in Dalton. That's why a lot of stuff was moved. July 29th is a big day for a lot of people. And it's not Tiffany. Call my bluff, y'all. Tell me I'm lying that July 29th is not a big day for Dalton. That stuff is not going on right now. Call my bluff. So we can do a second video tonight. The residents don't even know and no one's saying anything. July 29th is a big day in Dalton. Nobody's saying anything. That's why y'all saw that movement to the next day. Instead of meeting today, got to meet the next day. Baby, it's going down in Dalton today. It's going down at the federal building today. And that's all I'm going to say about that. July 29th is a huge day in Dalton. Huge day. Y'all ain't reporting on that. Dalton politics ain't talking about that. Y'all only want to talk about what's salacious. Dalton is by the balls, being held by the balls right now, July 29th. Just saying. I ain't lying.
A way back machine and scroll back. The closest snapshot I was able to get was in August of 22. And look at who the owner is. Not a Natalia Whitaker. Like I said, Nikita has a habit of using all sorts of different names. I'm only bringing up the ones tied to businesses. It's my understanding she has a bunch of fake Facebook profiles.
Ella, Shay, me, we all gonna be. Garden said, anybody got a Zoom link? They ain't got no Zoom link for July 29th. It's big things popping in Dalton July 29th. Y'all ain't Zoom posting that Zoom link, is you? Are you? Y'all, we gonna be black. Della, Shay, me. Y'all, we gonna be blamed for this. Conscious, y'all faceless, so you okay. Choose compassion, they might put you in it. They gonna say, Burgundy repeated what individual investor said, and she's getting paid by Tiffany. I just wanted y'all to know that. Let's play this part right now. He literally said it.
I was able to get was in August of 22. And look at who the owner is. Not a Natalia Whitaker. Like I said, Nikita has a habit of using all sorts of different names. I'm only bringing up the ones tied to businesses. It's my understanding she has a bunch of fake Facebook profiles and stuff. This is what she does. Then when you look up the address on this snapshot, and keep in mind, this is 5 months after she registered in Indiana, we can see she has a downtown Chicago address. And this is another virtual office. Now,
Wait a minute. She's registered in Indiana, but fighting for Illinois? This is interesting. So is this with the negotiations between, and I'm not trying to put words in his mouth, but was this included in the negotiations between Nikita and individual investor that she would redo her business, but she did in Indiana? How are you doing politics in Illinois? And I do recall Dr. Nikita being on, and this doesn't have anything to do with Indiana, but it does. She and Stephanie were on Tom Dart, mayor of Hammond, Indiana, podcast. We're going to have to look at that. We're going to have to go break down that podcast.
Why she would do that, I'll leave that up to you to figure out. Then when you go on her website and you look at all the projects that her company's taken on, the majority, if not all of them, appear to have taken place in Illinois within the Thornton Township area. Her current website has no mention of an Indiana address. Homewood's in Illinois. Now, I did blur out the exact address and the phone number. The phone number was 708, which is the Cook County area code. What I will say is this does appear to be a virtual office. And the reason I say that, I found 5 or 6 other businesses tied to the same exact address and the same exact unit. And there's nothing wrong with using a virtual address. Now, this creates another issue because that would mean that High Society Management is a foreign corporation conducting business in the state of Illinois. A foreign corporation is a corporation organized under the laws of a state or country other than Illinois. For a foreign corporation to transact business in Illinois, it must qualify by procuring an authority to transact business in Illinois from the Secretary of State's Department of Business Services. I did ask Nikita about this, and this was one of the questions she didn't answer. I was curious where I can find this format. Now, I don't want to put words in her mouth or say what she was doing, but I do know entities that have done stuff like this in the past. And usually because Indiana's like just minutes away, you set up an Indiana business and you do business in Illinois. Since you're not registered with the state has no idea that you're conducting business here for the most part. And if you don't have things like an Indiana bank account and stuff like that for it, it's very easy to hide from the state of Indiana that you have income coming in to your Indiana business. It makes it really easy to either underreport your taxes or just completely avoid paying taxes.
Damn, this sounds like Tiffany. I'm listening to him. I'm just listening.
Now, I think this is an extra kick in the ass for her to do something like this. As we can see in 2022 and 2023, she's worked for the state of Illinois. So she's collecting taxpayer money. And I assume a lot of these jobs she's gotten probably came from her state job. She worked for the Illinois Senate, for example. Her company also did Senator Napoleon Harris's golf outing. So then you have to ask yourself, why do we have somebody who works for the state of Illinois doing something like this? Now, I want to show you something more recent from this year, the Southland Career Fair that took place in Dalton. And I'm pretty sure the trustees actually talked about this event. And then when you look at the bottom of the flyer, what do you see? High Society Management. Now, I hate to be the one that has to bring this up, but what's one of the things everybody complains about Tiffany doing? Giving work to her friends, no bid contracts and stuff, right? The same exact thing that everybody's calling.
Shay, you might as well tool up. They're going to blame you for everything he's saying. I bet you. Dalton Politics. Anybody check the Dalton Politics page? Did anybody talk about this yet? Did anybody post this video in Dalton Politics? It's a politics page. Did anybody post this video? This will show you if Dalton Politics is controlled by anybody else. Did y'all see a post from Dalton Politics? I have to ask. We saw so much stuff going on. Did anybody post this video? Not even anonymous? Okay. Well, that tell y'all if you follow Dalton Politics what that mean. One side of the story.
Tiffany out for.
Where's the RFP?
For appears to be happening here. Obviously, I would need to get a hold of bid list, which I'll never be able to be able to prove it. But I highly doubt, at least in my opinion, that these events Nikita's hosting are going out for bid. So then you have to ask yourself, how come it's okay for them to do this stuff, but it's not okay for Tiffany? Now, there's other things I want to bring up about this flyer.
Who said that? Did anybody? Where's my thing? I need a soundboard. What's wrong with Angela? Who said that it's nothing? It's not. Did you hear him?
How come it's okay for them to do this stuff, but it's not okay for Tiffany? Now, there's other things I want to bring up about this flyer, but we're going to save that for another day and another story. To be clear here, High Society was still registered in Indiana at the time of this event. Now, there's a couple other things I want to go through, and then I'm going to wrap this up. I know this video is really long. My apologies. If you use the Wayback Machine, you'll notice that High Society...
This dude is using a Wayback Machine. I didn't even know. Okay, I'm done. I'm scared. Okay, so you guys, individual investors using a Wayback Machine, pay attention to what he has to say, because we're going to bring this into what's happening in Thornton Township and Jerry Jones.
He used to offer business credit up to $400,000. So I asked her for her loan broker's license because you need...
Wait a minute. How Dr. Nikita was offering business credit up to $400,000. Do-it-yourself public relations, virtual mailing address. This is everything the trustees need. This is everything the trustees need. This is interesting. This is everything the trustee needs is what she's offering, right? Did y'all pick up on that? Like, did you really pick up on that? Now, this is all during, now she's offering $400,000. That means this woman has access to more money than God, in my opinion. More money than what I have. She's accessing $400,000. However, this is what she's doing on Facebook. This is what she's doing on Facebook. I'm a victim too. Handle threats a little differently. I will slap a bitch in her damn face. I'm not about to internet beef with these trolls. I'll wait until I see her in person and ask her to repeat. I'm tired of these childish ass games. This is someone that's able to give you, and thank you, Miss Aja, again. This is someone that's able to give you $400,000. Does this sound like someone that's able to loan you $400,000 in business credit saying this? I will slap a bitch. I'm threatened. This is crazy. Like, I have not threatened any of these people. I will slap a bitch. And then you got Miss going to jail. Burgundy Blue is here. These y'all heroes. This what they doing. Just for me reporting. Now, and meanwhile, I'm sitting there handing out water, candy, driving people to the bathroom, getting coffee. That's what you do community-wise. You don't do that just for the cool people. You do it community-wise. Now, this is Miss, y'all going to jail. Y'all going to jail. But in the same instance, she saw what the other young lady put up. I'm a victim too. I handle threats a little differently. I will slap a bitch in her damn face. Okay. Keep that energy. Keep it when you giving $400,000 loans out. Keep the energy. That's all I'm saying. While you making negotiations and telling this man behind the scenes that he will ruin your life and you ruining other people's lives. You're behind the scenes saying that he gonna ruin your life and you're steady ruining other people's lives. And you're telling people while your dad's in hospice, I'll slap a bitch. Okay.
The Wayback Machine, you'll notice that High Society used to offer business credit up to $400,000. So I asked her for her loan broker's license because you need to be a licensed broker in Illinois to offer loans. This was also another question she did not answer. Now she quit offering them for a couple years, and now it appears she's offering them again on her website. But this time she put a disclaimer. We are not financial professionals. We are a resources team who refer services to trusted experts. Now, I know this disclaimer got put up because of me, and as long as she's doing referrals and referrals only and not involved in the process one bit, it's perfectly okay to do this. But this is not
individual investor on their ass. Dang. And y'all know I've been cursing a lot more lately. I guess I got to get this out, child. Individual investors on their butt. He made them change their whole strategy. Wow.
the answer she gave me. Her response was crickets. In fact, this was just added to the website within the last couple weeks.
No, Gardis, that would be inhumane. And you guys, this is the sole thing. They always like to be like, if she's joking about something, she's not a victim. Baby, I've never victimized myself. I asked for help. That's all I did. I said, this is what's crazy to me. I'm here living and breathing and talking to y'all. And I'm helping people so that they can help themselves as well. I'm asking y'all to help me because, and I don't mean financially, I'm being attacked and now I'm a victim. I'm not calling the FBI because somebody said I had an ugly purse. Y'all are. That's y'all. Baby, I don't want the FBI nowhere near anything. What the hell? Y'all calling the FBI because someone said I got a mustache. Why would I do that? The only thing I asked help with was that we all come together for the greater good. Okay. So, Gardis, this is inhumane what you're asking me for. What I will say, whoever do not like my video, I have your IP address. If you didn't like the video, I have your IP address, and you will be dealt. I'm sorry, I can't even. So they be like, "Oh, Burgundy's laughing. She's not a victim." No. What y'all did to me ruined my life. You ruined my life. You stopped everything I had going on. That makes me a victim. But me deciding to be a champion is totally different. That's it. I just want to be clear. You could be a victim, but you also could be a champion.
She wasn't offering loan services when I took screenshots of her website a month or so ago. Now, the last thing I want to say before I wrap this up, there's a pattern I noticed with Nikita. You'll notice with both Lanique Corporation and High Society Management, she sets up the business and then she just lets them dissolve. That's a pattern with her. She actually has other businesses where she's done the same exact thing. I didn't bring them up because one, the video would be like way longer, and two, I didn't see the need to. I was able to trace her business dealings back about 15 years. I figured starting from about the time she got her break on reality TV is a fair point to start. And I say that because she claims she made $250,000 off this reality TV show. That's a huge opportunity. After an opportunity like that, do you really need to keep playing the same old games? And finally, the last thing I'm going to bring up. So the reason I figured...
Okay, y'all, it's totally paused. I'm going to need some more likes. I need 10 more likes or I'm sending out notices immediately.
My people, you are tuned into
Y'all can like this video or start a line here. Choice is yours. Y'all can like the video or start a line dance to continue. Come on, start your line dance. And 1, and 2. Hit it, hit it, hit it. Go.
My people, you are tuned into Burgundy Blue Commentary live from Dolton.
Stay in violation already. Put your steppers on. Put your steppers on. Everybody, I need some more likes. I feel like, ooh, I feel like I'm advocating.
My people, you are tuned into Burgundy Blue Commentary live from Dolton, Illinois. My people, you are tuned into Burgundy Blue
Hey,
Commentary
I got my coffee. I'm sitting up here like,
Dolton,
yeah,
Illinois.
cha-cha slide.
My people, you are tuned into Burgundy Blue Commentary live from Dolton, Illinois. My people, you are tuned into Burgundy Blue Commentary live from Dolton, Illinois.
I was over here doing, I like it when you do it right there. Oh. Thanks, y'all. Let's keep on going. Let's keep on going. And shout out to Individual Investor.
All of this out, reality TV show. That's a huge opportunity. After an opportunity like that, do you really need to keep playing the same old games? And finally, the last thing I'm going to bring up. So the reason I figured all of this out, I had no idea. Now, the last thing I want to say before I wrap this up, there's a pattern I noticed with Nikita. You'll notice with both Lanique Corporation and High Society Management, she sets up the business and then she just lets them dissolve. That's a pattern with her. She actually has other businesses where she's done the same exact thing. I didn't bring them up because 1, the video would be like way longer, and 2, I didn't see the need to. I was able to trace her business dealings back about 15 years. I figured starting from about the time she got her break on reality TV is a fair point to start. And I say that because she claims she made $250,000 off this reality TV show. That's a huge opportunity. After an opportunity like that, do you really need to keep playing the same old games? And finally, the last thing I'm going to bring up. So the reason I figured all of this out, I had no idea about the multiple names, multiple businesses, or anything else. I only knew about High Society Management because most of us that have followed Dalton have seen some press releases and stuff like that that she's done. We know that she runs a PR firm. What gave everything away for me was this address you see on the screen right here, 200 West Madison. To most people, that address means nothing. It's just an address in downtown Chicago. I've done business with a few entities in this building over the years. When I first seen it, I actually chuckled a bit. I couldn't believe that somebody who works with corrupt politicians can actually afford office space in this building. First off, this is a huge unit. I've come to learn a unit this size in this building would be $350,000 or more per year.
I agree with Dawn's comment. She said he really sounds like he didn't want to do this. I agree. That's why I think it's a part 2 coming with the whole doctor thing, because for her to say like this stuff he putting out, in my opinion, Dawn, that doesn't equate for your life to be ruined. All he doing is talking about public information, right? So this is a PR woman. So that does not equate to your life being ruined at all. That does not. And if you're here, I have 105 people in the room. Please hit the like, please comment, please share, and please subscribe. This doesn't equate to your life being ruined. This is a warning sign to Dr. Nikita, probably. Like, we discussed it. Your dad's on hospice. My mom's having situations. I empathize. I sympathize. I'm with you. I don't want to destroy another person, but some things are not right. I want you to correct it. That's really kind of interesting.
I then came to find out that this is like a virtual office space unit. You rent virtual office space, and then you get access to like conference rooms and stuff like that. I believe you can even rent cubicles. Now, this location.
Thank you, Jazzy Steph. Thank you so much. You didn't have to do that. All of y'all, thank you for supporting this stream. Let's go.
Makes absolutely zero sense for her PR firm that does a bunch of business in the Southland. But what it does make sense for is her other business, Lanique Virtual Solutions. As we know, it was around until 2023. And what I came to realize, the whole time she was running Lanique, she was using virtual offices. If I'm not mistaken, that was a requirement. The website for Lanique has pretty much been officially dead since the beginning of 2021. So I believe she merged both those businesses together, Lanique and High Society. And then once Arise quit dealing with Illinois people, Lanique went under and she didn't need those virtual office spaces no more. Technically, Lanique went under years before that, but you know what I mean. I just wanted to give an explanation because the company was dissolved for years. So how is she still doing things? And it looks like my assumption is most likely correct because I ended up having to go back and check something, and I found this on the Wayback Machine in 2021. High Society Management, a parent company of Lanique Virtual Solutions. Lanique was founded in 2017 and dissolved in 2018. And High Society wasn't even founded until March of 2020. So this is something she resurrected from the dead. It is my belief that she's still doing the whole call center thing today, but instead of dealing with corporations, she's doing it for politicians. And I say that because of this clip right here.
That call center that you all were calling, I own it.
And this call center she's talking about, she goes on to state she didn't charge people for the village.
Okay, can I say something? I know I can't because we've been on here 2 hours and 17 minutes. I can't say anything, but let's do it.
Can I be recognized, Mayor?
You want to be long-winded? I'm just asking.
Y'all know, do y'all think Dr. Nikita is sitting over there and she is not guaranteed a check by Jason House? In no kind of way she doing this out the kindness of her heart. If y'all really think that, you're a part of the problem. You're a part of the problem if you think she's sitting over there and not waiting on a check at the end of this.
Using it, I'm going to take her word for that. So as you can see, it's not just Tiffany and her people that are shady and corrupt. It's literally everybody in Dalton and Thornton Township. All these political figures, they're all doing something dirty. In my opinion, this fight we see going on isn't about making Dalton or Thornton Township a better place. Who and whose friends is going to get control of the money? It's all about the money. Anyways, that's all I got for this one. Please like and subscribe, and thanks again for watching.
we're at the end of our show. Thank you to Individual Investor for bringing us that insight. Make sure you go to Individual Investor on YouTube and follow what he has to say. This is my thing. This is going to be an interesting night because right now they all meet for breakfast. They all meet. If y'all didn't know, this is an inside Dalton thing. The advisory committee to the trustees and the spokesperson of the trustees. And I'm not talking about Nikita. It's another spokesperson. If y'all don't know, but if you're in YouTube, you know who that person is. They all meet for breakfast and they decide what they're going to do. So by tomorrow, it's going to be a huge movement. Hopefully even tonight. But guess what? That movement won't come against Individual Investor. It's going to come across as Shay and Burgundy because we spoke out. I would not have nothing to speak out about if you would have not done the things you've done. I am not a political person. I'm just a regular person. Y'all ain't even noticed it went from Shay killed a monkey and had his people come. You guys, let's pause. One question, one thing. They really do need to clean house. That was the worst. Why would they say clean house? Tiffany is going to abolish. This is the thing, exactly, Erica. Dalton trustees work on emotions and popularity. Tiffany does not. Have y'all seen her say anything other than clickbait? She does not give a F what people are talking about her, period. She does not. She doesn't. I don't know her. I don't know them. But I see they working on emotions. Now, let's get down to the nitty gritty. I got an email. I got the email. And it was like, you and Shay infiltrated. And I will post it. If this person lies, I will post that part. I don't post personal emails, but I will post that part. They said, you and Shay infiltrated a way for let me get the right word. I might need to go to the email to see it. But a hospitality worker, when Jed got to Washington, took his monkey. And then they executed the monkey at the airport. This is a real email. And I said, y'all think that me and Shay over here on YouTube, minding our business, riding a bike, and I will separate us because me and Shay are separate. Do you think that do you think that Shay, he's currently driving to California. That's all I see, Shay driving to California. I don't know him like that. Him and his wife and entire family driving to California. Do you think that I'm sitting up here in Markham having to file a court case? And that we said, the best thing to do? We know in our head with this dude traveling and we're going to take a monkey. Are y'all crazy? Y'all have to be crazy. You mean you think that me and Shay found out where Jed was going, and instead of us using any kind of, because y'all love to use the words resources, but instead of us using any resources, we sat up here and used all our resources and our Wonder Woman, Batman, we used everything to infiltrate a monkey in Washington. And then they took the monkey in the back like it was Outbreak. Like it was, what was the name of that movie when remember the alien went through New York? It wasn't Constantine. It was something with a C. Y'all mean that we went there and we said, put the Glock to the monkey head and execute. And y'all went and bought this man a monkey. I'm sorry, I have to talk about it because it's hurtful. Y'all think we did that? So y'all buy a man a monkey. And then all of a sudden, he's like, I really don't know what happened to the monkey. The monkey, I'm trying to find out because those YouTubers will use it against me. Y'all don't feel like y'all being taken advantage of in any kind of way? And I'm sorry, I really was not trying to say that. But now it has turned to Shay did not kill the monkey to we got an additional monkey. We don't know where the monkey is. Chicago, it was posted on Purpose Unafraid. In Chicago, a monkey was taken and replaced in the right habitat. Y'all ain't put that in Dalton politics. Y'all don't talk about how monkeys get all kind. You can't control a monkey out of a certain age. A monkey is one. A monkey don't want a diaper on. A monkey is, and then y'all buying a monkey that is currently almost. It's not instinct. I don't want to call it that word. Let me get the right word. And this is y'all probably like Berg. You talk a lot more. I've never wanted to. When Dawn said that, Dawn said it sounded like the individual investor did not want to do that. I feel the same way. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. It's nothing I want to do. Y'all don't look into how do they take the baby monkeys from the mama? Do y'all even look into that? Y'all just buying a monkey in a hurry. How do the baby monkeys get away from the mother? Look on YouTube, Google it. How do the breeders find the monkeys? Y'all just buying a monkey. This is Dalton. Y'all just taking pictures. Alexis Wilson, no, I'm not trying to compare, I swear. Y'all walking around with a t-shirt now. Where were you when Cara needed you? She still needs you, so still be there. But where was she? Where were y'all when she needed you? Y'all are the most phoniest bunch I ever met in my life. Phony. Phony. A fraud. Point blank. Like Lucille said, they're killing the mothers and taking their babies to sell them. Does it sound familiar? Black people? And I have to say that. Y'all sitting over here buying a monkey for the cause in Dalton. After this man said he made $93,000 in what, 3 months? He got a $30,000 a month attorney for free. He had such a wonderful life. Somebody gave him $250,000. How much was it? It was something I had to ask people to know. But y'all sat up there and donated for a monkey. Where do you get the monkey from? How long can you keep the monkey? Because the monkey starts to want to go back to its natural habitat. The monkey starts to want to be free. The monkey starts to bite your entire finger and face off when you put him in a cage. Research it. Hey, Miss Marie. And see, I missed that. Somebody sent that to me. When did the $500,000, if y'all could tell me, when did that come in? But y'all rushed and said that LNC and Burgundy killed a monkey. And now when y'all getting questioned, it's like, we're not talking about this no more. No, let's talk about it. We killed the monkey. Where the hell the monkey at? Y'all don't ask no questions. It's vote for me because Tiffany bad, I'm good. Vote for me, I'm better than Tiffany. It's a campaign. Everybody needs to have that slogan. Did y'all hear the lyrics of Run This Town Tonight? Why would that be the song pick? It's because too many people are in charge. You need to put people that are really equipped with dealing with things to be in charge. Y'all just want to be right and in charge, and it's going left. What are y'all talking about, torpedo? Let me get to the next video. Y'all talk about torpedo peel. But I just want to get back to y'all heroes. And they'll be like, oh, Burgundy, you're running. Right, whining. Y'all heroes, the elders. Burgundy Blue is here. This, y'all going to jail. Y'all going to jail. What did you want out of this, Miss Thelma? A positive reaction or a negative reaction? This, y'all leaders, the people that's watching around the world, and y'all see, this is me in the community, and you see what they do to me. What makes them any better than Tiffany? And this was after the Slapgate. It was a whole thread about me being slapped. I ain't gonna lie. Hey, Deanna, thanks for being here. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie to you. Whole thread about me being slapped. And she was like, oh, this heifer here. Let me post it on Dolton Politics. This is y'all going to jail. Tiffany, you corrupt. Tiffany, you a lie. This who this coming from, your elders. Oh, I sit on my porch every morning and I just try to encourage the young people. This your people. This your people. I'm right here. If I'm right here and they're doing that to me, y'all, YouTubers, I ain't trying to throw you out there, but I will. If Sherry was giving you the information, I will reveal all your texts this week. Say something. And this is not a threat. Say something. Because they're telling us that we're lying, that they're not the ones giving the information out one-sided. We have to defend ourselves. Are y'all giving? Who's giving the information, feeding the YouTubers? Say it. You can say it in a video. You can say it silently. You can say it quietly. Say it. That's not a threat. Y'all got these people calling us liars. Who was giving you the information to make the videos? At least do both sides. They literally said if someone smacks Burgundy Blue at a meeting, they will be well within their rights. They said that. This is a true quote under Dolton Politics. You can go there to this day. Thanks for that. Jennifer, it's Burgundy Blue Commentary at Gmail. It's really my name at Gmail. They literally said that. Now, Tiffany, the bad one, and I'm not making sympathy on me because I'm not going to toot my horn. I'm not I'm adopted. I'm not the popular girl. Yeah, I'm a foster kid. I'm this and that. But I also made some out of my life, and a lot of people don't like that. So them going back to say they found my foster family, they may not like that because a lot of my foster family may not like that. Y'all using that, but then y'all sitting here saying y'all are bullying a woman, and then in the same sentence saying protect the victim that's also a woman. Make it make sense. Someone needs to grasp control. This is crazy. This is crazy. Okay, let's go to the meeting. Hit the like button. Consider subscribing. That would change my life because y'all know your girl going through a real one. It's not fair. Why we can't be neutral? Why we can't be neutral? That's my whole thing. Why we can't be neutral? If you neutral, you a problem. Why? Why we just can't be neutral? Tiffany not bothering us. Why are y'all bothering us? Hey, Trina, welcome. Trina for president. Trina, I'm dropping the link if you want to say anything. If Gardis, if you want to say anything, anybody want to say anything, I'm dropping the link. I'm not even dropping. Shay, the link in here. Do you have something to say? The link is in the chat. I'm only doing people I know right now. Because I'd love to know. Shay, you here? Trina, you here? It's so many of y'all. Gardis, you're here. If you have something to say, say it. I respect Trina because she don't give a F. She will tell everybody, no, you're not being clear. Okay, let's go to the meeting. Let's go back to the meeting. So, yeah, you ready for the meeting? That's how Dr. Nikita was talking. It's crazy.
Already healing the land where we're standing. Let us pray. Gracious and eternal Father, we come humbly now, God. First of all, just saying thank you. God, thank you for these candidates.
Oh, hey Trina, you live? Can you hear me? It was me.
Yeah, I can hear you, Burgundy. I can hear you.
You guys put something in the, what's a good emoji for Trina Downs? We need a good emoji for a truth teller. We need something that says truth in the chat. Okay. Hey, Trina, what you want to say today? Thanks for coming and gracing. This is the first time we had you over here. I heard something bad happen to you yesterday. I'm so sorry. I did not know that was happening. You got anything to say today?
You know, that was just so emotional for me yesterday watching that whole re-election go down because I felt really jaded, right? We have 4 years of not getting meeting minutes. We have a clerk who's saying re-elect her, though. You know, Jason's standing there. The other trustees are standing there, and they have yet to tell the people that Dalton is in receivership. Why not be honest and let people know that we're in a financial state, whereas any day, any minute, our trash may not be picked up? I don't see them being able to make payroll. They already borrowed from the second installment of the property tax bills that we just received at the end of July. That's due on August 3rd. They borrowed on that way back in March. So what operating funds are they working off of? Where are they going to get money to pay payroll when 2 bank accounts are frozen for a lawsuit, when trustees walked out of the very meeting they should have been trying to settle that lawsuit on in executive session? Instead, they went next door to the bar.
I heard that. I was told that directly, that they went next door to the bar instead of settling the 33.5, right?
Right. I literally have video because when I left the meeting, Ed, Steve, and Jason was standing outside of the bar. I'm like, I know I'm seeing things. I know they didn't literally go next door to the bar next door. They didn't even go to the bar down the street. Like Angels is down the street. They didn't even go a block away. They literally went next door to Village Hall to the bar. You see what I mean? But they didn't want to face the people as well because the people voted to recall Tiffany Henyard, but yet she's still sitting there. And they had no explanation for that. And they did not want to face the public, just like they didn't give the public any recall information whatsoever. I came into the meeting and gave people the Zoom and recall information so that they can log on and hear for themselves what's going on with that recall.
And that's something you've always done. Like when I started covering the board meetings, I was just like, she is consistently being there in the chat or either showing up. You were more consistent than a lot of the board members, to be honest. I heard that directly from the mayor. Actually, she said when I ran into her, I had questions for her. And one of the questions were the $33.5 million. Like, how could you let this happen? How could this be going on? She was like, we were supposed to settle, but they walked out and went next door. And I said, whoa, Real? For real? And then someone came behind her and said, yeah, they went next door to the bar.
Yeah. And
That's
it's like, I like that you don't have a side. You know, I don't feel like any resident should have a side. And I think it's a complete turnaround on how things should be, because the representation that we have, they work for us. They're not celebrities. We shouldn't be out here working and fighting for them. They should be out here working and fighting for us. That's what we elected them to do. But we don't get that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Trina. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you. Go ahead, Burgundy.
But they really think they're celebrities in real life, and people that don't live here don't understand that the trustees think they're celebrities.
And it's because of a lot of people that are interfering who do not live here. Nikita doesn't live here, right? But she comes all the way from her community to Dalton, and she doesn't mind causing a rift when some of the habits that Tiffany has and a lot of the tactics that Tiffany uses, she got directly from her.
I agree.
So I'm not understanding why, she's acting like she's a good person when she directly benefited. She said it herself. I ate good off y'all money. But did she ever come to Dalton and say, hey guys, here's $400. I know I ate about $400 in food, right? Here's my tab. No, she continues to work for different political agendas. Not even, it's the agenda that she works for, and she comes out and she misleads people, and she's not even a legit doctor. What's wrong with them?
This is my thing. When all of that went down and it's like, I ate good. My thing is, Trina, when you're telling the secrets of someone you work for, why would the trustees rehire her?
Why would they do that knowing that she signed an NDA and she had other employees? That was her idea, having people sign non-disclosure agreements. And she was the first one to break that when she broke bad. So I'm not, it's just the political war that's costing the people is beyond repair. I get really upset because, by this, everybody knows my business by now. The only thing I have to pay are taxes. I never stepped into my home with a mortgage.
That's a blessing.
Right. And so when you're faced with being taxed for services that you're not getting in a community where it's not conducive for you and your children, right? I have 2 children that are high school age, a freshman and sophomore respectively. And why is it that the taxing district for the high school has this absurd amount on a tax bill, but it's always an issue as far as education and safety in the schools?
Yep, every time.
But
like you said, you have young children, so they're affected by everything that's going on in the governance right now.
Correct. And I have a older child who's 30 years old, right? And when he went to college in Carbondale, he never felt the need to come back to Dolton. And I can't really blame him for that. I can't, and then it's like in Carbondale, Illinois, like he rents a 2-bedroom house for $600 a month. He's not going to be able to find that in Dalton.
Oh, I love it.
In Chicago. So it's just really scary how the community is turning out. But it's like the important things the leadership keeps undercover. And they want you to know on an as needed basis.
Yep.
Why wouldn't they give the community the Zoom information for recall court? If the ones residents got it from me, they could log on and see that none of them were present. Not Tiffany, not the trustees. Only the attorneys were present. They were getting money on these status calls in court, right? Over and over and over, same status, same thing. They're getting money. That's why I say plantation politics, because I see the attorneys for the village of Dalton get money, and the leadership follow what the attorneys say, which isn't always lawful and correct. How is it, Burgundy, right, that under Riley Rogers, the attorney was John Murphy of Murphy and Odelson, and they were the village attorneys, but Trustee Muhammad, Pearson, Denton, Henyard, Stubbs felt the need to be protected with their own legal representation because they felt like their rights and the rights of residents were being violated by Odelson and Murphy. So if they had legal representation to protect them from Odelson and Murphy under Riley Rogers' administration, how is it then that now our current trustees have Odelson and Murphy as their attorneys to protect them against our current village attorney, which is Delgado Law Firm?
A lot of us didn't know that.
Are you serious?
Is this really going on? So y'all, Bert Odelson just switched places with Murphy, and that's it.
And so Bert Odelson and Murphy, they're the same law firm. John Murphy, Bert Odelson, they're the same.
I didn't know. Trina, I'm going to say I did not know that. I did not.
Yeah, and so under Riley Rogers, our village attorney was John Murphy, with Odelson Murphy, and the trustees, Pearson, Muhammad, Stubbs, Henyard, they even Jason. Right? I can pull the meeting where Jason and Ed Steve, they do a vote to end counsel for the trustees against John Murphy and them, right? Because they're saying it was too expensive, da. But initially, that was the village attorney and the trustees, Stubbs, Pearson, Muhammad, Denton, Henyard, had a different attorney to protect them from John Murphy. So how are they the righteous people now in protecting the trustees against them?
This is crazy. I had no idea. Like, I'm literally looking up Bert Odelson right now, and you are absolutely right.
That is, I mean, if they were not right by the people and mistreating leadership under Riley's administration, how is it that they're good people under Tiffany Henyard's administration? That's the same law firm that watched the entire village get their water shut off with no shut-off notices being sent, violating our rights to due process in this country.
You are absolutely right. This is crazy that we are now like, let me see, I'm trying to put this up here. Odelson, Murphy, Frazier, and McGrath. We saw in real time anybody breaking down the videos, and I do hear you on Della Creme Della's channel. Shout out to Della Creme Della. Y'all lives be so full of so many gems. And I thank you for that, Trina. We're looking up Odelson, Murphy, Frazier, and McGrath. So Murphy, they were here already and they just switched the name that was in charge. That is crazy.
Right. They basically just added a partner, which is McGrath, I believe. And, that just gives a little change to the name, but they're the same people, the original people, John Murphy and Bert Olson. They're the originators.
That is crazy. So that's how I feel, honestly, about and like people love to think you're attacking them if you even bring up their name. But Dr. Nikita, how can the trustees bring Dr. Nikita from Tiffany, or what's the other guy, Lavelle Redmond, from Tiffany's side over to their side, and then now we're all like, oh, this is who we listen to because they're spilling the tea. Isn't it some kind of confidentiality or some kind of
they don't care how it looks, right? As long as this war that they're having, we can't continue to pay for that. As residents, that affects us. When the trustees take Tiffany to court, we have to pay for that. We have to pay for their attorney fees. We have to pay for Tiffany attorney fees to defend herself.
Mm-hmm. We're paying on two sides.
We're paying on two sides.
What about the tea with the trustees? Don't we have to pay for that?
We pay for that as well. And everybody, and that's not a place that you can have any type of open mindset. You have to be coming in there completely for the trustees, or you're not.
Yeah, that's why it's not videoed. Like SD brings in 3 cameras for the Dalton board meetings, but no cameras for the tea with the trustees.
Correct. And it's just really terrible, at this point, because they try to act like they're doing the best thing for the people, and they're not doing anything for us. The trustees have a $81,000 a year grant writer. What grants have they brought forth from that?
What? Why do they have a grant? I didn't know that. Trina, break that down if you can really quickly. I'm sorry.
Right. And so it was multiple meetings because they were trying to discuss how much a grant writer should be paid, if they should pay them the $200,000 that, typical, grant writers get paid. But they ended up deciding to pay $81,000 per year. And then I think they pay a percentage on each grant that's brought in. But I don't know about the specifics, but I do know that it's an $81,000 a year grant writer, and the trustees haven't brought forth any grants to the people. And why is that?
That is true. And that's what I want to speak with you about, the ordinances. You always are saying, why won't they cap off that ordinance that stops mayors from spending as much as Tiffany has spent?
Oh, the $5,000. Yeah, because the mayor of Dolton can endorse as many $5,000 checks as they want. There's no limit. It's just that the check can't be over $5,000. And so they can cash that, endorse, as many $5 checks as they want without permission for the board approval, board knowledge, anything like that. And since Dalton has been broke since 2013, according to leadership, why is that even still in place? No one should be able to do that.
Nobody. Can I ask you one more question, Trina?
You can ask as many questions as you like.
I hate to hold people up. What do you think about remember Riley Rogers came in and it was a battle, and then he was like, I'm going to put y'all at a 2-term limit. And then the trustees were like, we're going to make sure that you can't hire and fire. What do you think about that? Like, what do you think about the 2-term limit? Let's start there. Jason House cannot be trustee. He has to sit out a set because of Riley Rogers and the ordinance. He has to sit out a seat, and then he could come back in 4 years. But if he doesn't win mayor, he cannot be a part of the government as a trustee. And the same thing happened with Tiffany. When we were voting Tiffany in, she had no other options. What do you think about that?
I think it was really interesting because their term limits put in, yet Riley Rogers was trying to go for his third term and running against Tiffany Henyard when she won for mayor. And so I'm like, how is he running a third term? And he's like, oh, so I don't mean to laugh, but it's just really ridiculous. He's like, oh, I was grandfathered in. Like, I'm like, what do you mean? Right? He's, oh, when the term limits came about, I was already in my second term. So technically, that didn't apply to me until my second term. So this, when I run again, that will be my second term and not really my third term, because that'll be my second term under the new ordinance, under the new term limits. Total bullshit. Total bullshit. Even I mean, I found it to be total bullshit. And if he would have won by the vote, that would have been money spent in litigation, because people would have been like, how is this a legitimate win when there are term limits? So I think it's crap. And just because someone served 2 terms as trustee doesn't automatically qualify them to be mayor. Jason has sat as the finance committee person, like head of the finance committee, for like 8 years. So why are our finances this way? Why is it when we were getting our water shut off, right, they weren't shutting it back on until you paid what they told you to pay, irregardless of whatever grievance you had or dispute you had about your bill? You were paying what they wanted you to pay, because that's just how they were doing it, right? And so he didn't step in and do anything about that. I really believe he ran on Tiffany's ticket because he knew that she was going to win, because people were just done with Riley Rogers and what he was doing. They were done. And so he had to get somewhere. I questioned her early on, like, you messing with Jason? Like, it was a lot of things that she was doing, and Jason wasn't always on board. He was still on the Riley Rogers train. So I'm like, why are you trusting him? And definitely, why are you trusting Ed Steve? Like, in real life, and I see that, Ed Steve was like the only trustee. Actually, he was the only trustee that came to Tiffany's inauguration party.
Oh.
Yana Belcher had a separate party. Allison Keys had a party, I heard, downtown.
What? A downtown party? But that's how I feel. And I don't mean to cut you off. That's how I feel about those awards they were getting. They always take those awards outside of Dalton. So Allison Key had a party downtown?
Yes. And there was a lot of talk about that, because they were like, as an newly elected official, why wouldn't you keep money in the community instead of spending it downtown? And you were talking about, what did you just mention before that, Burgundy?
They got the presidential award.
Exactly. And so that presidential award, I'm going to be writing to have that rescinded. Nikita plays a lot of games, and what you shouldn't do is have people get awards of that stature stating that they done this many hours of community service, right, in order to get that award. And so that hookup, she has with getting that award, she got it for herself. So she just passed it on the game to them, because that's what they call this, a game. Tammy Brown described this as being taught the game, like making decisions for a population, the few that make decisions for all of us. She calls that the game, being taught the game. Like, that's disgusting. It's really disgusting, because my life, it's not a game. My tax-paying dollars are not a game. None of this. I mean, this is not a street corner. I don't want to feel like I'm being gamed, finessed, bamboozled, any of that stuff. That's just damn ridiculous now. And I really want to know, what are they going to do for the people? They haven't done anything in 4 years. I'm surprised Tammy was reelected, but we don't have the people to replace the ones that need to go. And I'm just hoping that more people will stand up and have enough courage to replace the people that need to get out.
Amen.
Yeah, and don't feel intimidated, because if you look at the 4 years they've been there, you'll see that they had no plan whatsoever for the people of Dalton. Did Kiana tell the people that she's chief financial officer of Rucker Enterprises? No, she did not. No, she did not. That's her bread and butter. It's in her best interest to see that Rucker Enterprises gets finances. She's the chief financial officer, and that's public information. But yet when I posted it, she was highly offended. Why?
That's what I don't get, Trina. Like, why are they okay? For instance, let's go back to, we're talking about I want to ask you about the firings. It be people popping up like, I got fired and the mayor fired me. I thought the mayor was absolved of doing hiring and firings.
Exactly. And this is the same tactic that was done under Riley Rogers, where the board had control over who's being hired and fired. Yet I don't really remember anyone being fired under Stubbs, Pearson, and Muhammad that the mayor fired. You see what I mean? Yet under this administration, they went in the door. I was literally at Pablo's with Brittany, Jason, Kiana, when they were discussing taking away her hiring and firing power. And that was before the inauguration.
Whoa. So when you see people like that are hired, we don't see the, like, I don't want to say this young lady.
Right, when Tiffany fired Karen, the lady who's in support of Lavelle Redmond, I don't know if they're dating, friends, or they say that, I don't know what's going on. But when she got fired, there was no one that brought her back into her job, right? The board was in charge of hiring and firing. Why didn't they fire Lavelle Redmond right away when they found out what type of background he had?
Why they didn't fire Keith Freeman?
Why didn't they fire? Well, they had every single month, the board votes to keep Keith Freeman. You know that Keith Freeman's job is decided on a monthly basis. And so why wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they do that the month where it came out that he was doing bankruptcy fraud?
Yeah. And back to Lavelle.
Why would they hire him? I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Why would they vote to have him as administrator when he owed Dixmoor $90,000, right? A whole nother municipality, I believe it's Dixmoor, that he owed $90,000 to. So does that seem like he would be a good village administrator?
Nope. But I think you were saying, was it your interview I was listening to? And I don't want to misquote you, that someone asked Kiana Belcher, like, what's going on with Keith Freeman? She was like, he cool. Oh
yeah. When I had called Kiana, because at that time when Keith came on board, it was all on Zoom. And I'm like, so let me get this correct. You're saying, all of this stuff, this riff started when Tiffany tried to bring Dorothy Brown on board in an official capacity, like as administrator. She was just saying, when Dorothy Brown was here initially, she's just assisting in the change of administration. And I'm like, she's like, do you know anybody that can assist me in change of administration? I'm like, no, Tiffany, I really don't. Like, that would have to be someone who who's already gone through that, but I did advise that she seek someone else outside of Dorothy Brown.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I did advise her that that's probably not a person that you want to have working in the village of Dalton, regardless of your personal relationship with her being your godmother and all.
Mm.
So people make their decisions based on, she's like, everybody, you know, needs a second chance, all of these other things. But I just noticed that when Dorothy Brown came forth with things like having water bills sent to collections at a high interest rate, how the Board of Trustees were on board with that.
Mm-hmm. I saw a board meeting where they were like, when Tiffany was trying to stop them from cutting water off on Friday, and I think it was because of the situation, they were against her.
That was basically for everybody's situation. They cut me off in April. They cut my water off and then in September, and then like by the time they cut my water off in October, I was just like, I'm not giving you guys any more money. That was like the fourth shut off, right? In like 4 or 5 months. So I'm like, I'm not giving you guys no more money because I don't owe you anything.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, I can't keep paying them just so I can make sure that I'm at work on time and moving forward. You know, you don't have time for the argument after a couple of days, right?
Right.
You can't take off work and it was just terrible. It was really terrible what they did. And I won't ever forgive them for doing that. I won't ever forgive them for doing that. That's something my children will not ever forget. And we could have been dead because October of 2019 was 4 months before they came out, and at the end of December, basically, it was like, we're faced with COVID-19. It's a whole pandemic going on.
Oh my God. Right. Right. And I've been without water before. That is different than being without lights or being without gas.
It is. I have not been without. I mean, it was just, I'm like, what in the, it is nothing more frustrating than cutting on your water in your sink to wash your hands and it's no water coming out.
You can't take a shower. You can't flush.
You can absolutely flush because you just take, but it costs a lot, right? You have to take that whole I would go get five-gallon containers of water every single day.
Yeah.
Be it from my grandmother's, be it from the store, be it refilling the bottles. And if you want to flush your toilet, you have to fill up the tank first. The back part of the toilet, you fill it up completely with water, and then you're able to flush it. And then I suggest you put another tank in to make sure that it floats along to, the main sewer line. So it's just stuff like that that's damn ridiculous, right? And shouldn't happen ever. And it's not like they didn't know and I didn't tell them. They had very detailed information on how it was, and it's mail fraud because what you're billing me in your system, from a $2,400 bill that did not belong to me. And I had a contractor that I bought the home from. So this is a homeowner after, two homeowners before. Like, how do you do that? But they absolutely did. Every time I paid, they took my money and subtracted it from that $2,400 amount.
That is crazy.
Right? But it's like, and so every time I got another bill, it's like my bill is higher. And I'm like, how is my bill increasing the more I'm paying?
Right.
I had to file a FOIA request because they said, oh, what happened was you got a new meter. I knew I didn't get a new water meter because the protocol is that they have to shut your water down for 24 hours before they install it, and that you have to pay $275. And $275 is a memorable amount of money where I will remember, hey, and I would definitely remember having water shut off for 24 hours to have a meter done. I'm like, no, you guys didn't. But I had to actually file a FOIA request for them to say, oh, no, we lied. So
I have the clip of, I'm sorry, I was muted.
Yeah.
I got the clip from your first news interview. Do you want me to play it or no?
Sure.
Okay, so you guys, I'm gonna play because I feel like I have more because Trina Downs is here. Thank you, Trina Downs. She's here. I have more people in the room than I usually would have. She's been talking about this since the beginning. So I want to share her news article from CBS 2. And this is from 2 years ago, it says. Is that about right, Trina?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna play that now, and you guys take a listen. So you know the same trustees sitting up there now, basically.
A Dalton woman says her dream home came with an unexpected surprise: a huge unpaid water bill. Once she discovered the apparent error, CBS 2 political investigator Dana Kozlov went straight to the village for answers.
For 6 years, water in Trina Downs' Dolton home has been the source of all her headaches. Not the actual liquid itself, but what it's cost her.
The more I paid, the more of a problem I had.
A problem with her water bill, a big gushing one that she didn't discover until 2015.
No, I did not start at zero.
4 years after buying her house and paying her quarterly water bill, the tip-off?
They still
suddenly getting a miscellaneous bill for more than $1,000.
Make a payment.
That's when she demanded a detailed billing statement and discovered she'd inherited.
I was not aware of it.
A $2,400 water bill with the property, even though she says her closing documents show she bought the house free and clear.
They had the stamp from the village. I had an attorney close with me, and everything was paid. Some of my dishes.
Downs has spent years fighting to get her account straightened out and the money she says she's owed.
Can you tell me why they called the police on me?
Dolton officials even called police on her when she went to the village's payment center to get answers in 2019. She's filed complaints with Cook County's Inspector General, Illinois' Attorney General, and court action with no resolution.
Right now, I'm not paying them until I receive a refund for what is owed.
Mayor Tiffany Henyard's assistant got back to us and says this issue goes back to a prior administration, but current village staff has already met with Downs twice, and they're going over her account to make sure she's only responsible for water that she's used. When they determine that, they'll meet with her again. But it's not clear how many weeks, months, or years that will take. In Dolton, Dana Kozlov, CBS 2 News.
That was interesting. So, Trina, first of all, your hair eats every time. We always talk about your hair eats edges, everything. Now, how did you get the news to come out? What happened?
Well, I'm glad you asked that, because this is why I know that certain media is controlled by our leadership. Understand that everyone has someone from a news channel that they can call on their behalf to report or come out here and speak about someone else, right? When I called Channel 2, I sent the information in, and when you see the police coming out, that was actually from 2 years ago under Riley Rogers' administration. That was actually in 2019. Okay. And so I did put the YouTube link in the chat because I called Channel 2. They came to my home, and when they got here and we were discussing my water bill, Sonya London from Dalton Water Department happened to call my phone. And when she called my phone, they asked if I could put it on speaker. And so I put it on speaker, and she was saying, oh, they were going to refund my money. Come on down to Dalton Water Department, and they'll be more than happy to issue, whatever was taken from me. And I'm like, okay, cool. And so Valerie Stubbs and Tiffany Henyard went with me. When Channel 2 came to my house, there was a lot of people in leadership that pulled up. I basically took the interview inside, not the interview with Dana Kozlov. I thank her for her bravery on actually reporting and airing what happened. They scared Tara Molina so bad with the police when she came in Dalton. They really intimidated her into not airing that story. I had expressed to Dana Kozlov that I felt that Tara was scared, and she was like, I'm not scared. I'm not scared of Dalton at all. And she had no problem with coming and understand that you just can't go on the news and say, oh, they stole from me. Like, they have a team that takes your bills and they go over your bills, and if they have to make sure that that's absolutely true before they air that.
Yeah.
So since then, I was in federal court at that time, and I'm still in federal court where I thought we had settled the case. It came before the public in executive session without my knowledge and mentioned my name, that they were settling the case in executive session. And I received phone calls from residents. Well, one resident, Miss Naomi, and she's like, oh, I heard you're about to get money soon. I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, yeah, they were discussing your case in executive session. Like, that could be a dangerous thing if people were nefarious, right? Thinking I'm walking around with lawsuit money that I haven't even received and that they haven't even reached out and discussed with me. And since then, I'm just wondering how and why the board has voted twice on settlement, but I still don't have my check. And how are you voting twice on the same dollar amount?
Very true.
That's real sketchy to me. Like, how do I know that you guys didn't take that dollar amount out of the budget and say, oh, this is for the settlement with Trina Downs that we talked about, and then you did it again twice? Like, what's really going on?
That's almost like, yeah, it's a lot of people. Remember some of the board meetings? I can recall watching Della Creme Della. It was some of the board meetings where they were like, oh, we approve this. And then Tiffany was like, and they were like, but the check is just sitting on somebody's desk. How we don't know Trina Downs' check is just sitting on somebody's desk? Or used.
Correct. Or used. It seems like a lot of money's not getting where it's supposed to be. And, I was really, I'm just tired of the trustees not being trustworthy, but you want us to just attack Tiffany Henyard. She is responsible for a lot of poor decisions, but they also have to be held accountable for the decisions that they make. Like when we all went on Hannibal's YouTube, when he took a poll about if residents want Lori Lightfoot to come to Dalton, and 89% of us said no. But they still brought her to that meeting and paid her that type of money. How can you do that knowing that you haven't made the proper payments for the fire department?
This is the problem, Trina. I'm looking at all this stuff. I'm like, y'all giving, and this is, we already got the feds here. But yeah, Lori, no disrespect, but you're giving Lori this money. And you haven't even secured the fire department, and the fire department standing up talking about some, it's Tiffany's fault. Y'all know y'all could have got that $30,000 going to your pension. Y'all know. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Under Riley Rogers' administration, I had to be a witness for Ms. Hill when she walked into Village Hall with an exorbitant amount of fire department pension checks that were left on the ground at South Highlands post office.
What?
They were on the ground in front of the mailbox. And I told Ms. Hill then, I said, we're in financial trouble, because for that to happen, it seems like they never intended for those checks to make it where it's supposed to go.
Wait, so receivership, Trina Downs, tell us what that means. We're in receivership, possibly, right?
We're in receivership, absolutely.
Okay.
During my federal court case, I was assigned a attorney just for the settlement negotiations. You know, that can be quite emotional for a person. But the attorney that was assigned to me, very good attorney from the law firm Wilkie and Farr. This attorney, John Mitchell, has also worked in the Northern District of Illinois federal courts as an assistant AUSA, right? On the prosecuting side under John Losh.
Okay.
So he's just not some anybody, right? He's worked in the federal courts where they actually prosecute people for political corruption. And he's stated that Dalton is in receivership, and that if I was thinking about settling, that I absolutely should settle at this point, because Dalton is in receivership. And what that means is, because I had asked the question as well, what does that mean, right? That means that the village of Dalton, someone has to step up and say, hey, I'll acquire all of Dalton's debt and pay it off. And no one has done that. It doesn't seem like anyone will.
I have to interject if I can. Trina, I'm at the board meeting. This is the board meeting I spoke at. 2 men came there and said they were going to pay off all Dalton debts, and they were catered to 1,000 times in the audience. And now they're floating around now, which I'm all for eyes on Dalton. But I heard out their mouth that they had people to invest in Dalton, and they were going to pay any debts and make sure they paid for Jason Howe's campaign, and people were eating it up.
Why haven't they done it?
I don't know, but they said maybe they'll be at the next board meeting. But it was 2 particular men that had never been at the board meeting. They came this time, and they're all, yeah, I got some people that's going to invest in Dalton, and they're going to clear all Dalton debts. And I was thinking, well, can't knock them if they true, but we ain't seen nothing happen. So continue. I was just making sure you knew that they were in the audience saying they were going to do all that.
If you're talking about the 2 Caucasian gentlemen that was there, I think they were planted there.
You think they were planted? Okay.
Because of the statements that I've been making in regards of receivership and someone having to step up and buy the debt. I noticed that the entire time they were there, that the one with the longer hair, he didn't have long hair, but one had it wasn't like a spiky cut, you know, how he had his hair. But the other one with a more relaxed haircut situation, if you will. He was watching me like the entire time, inside and outside of the building. And I'm like, why is he looking at me? Is he from the Attorney General's office, or who is this person? I thought he was from the AG's office, because I requested that they send someone to physically be there in response to these Open Meeting Act violations. But that makes sense now.
Yeah, they were out there. Oh, I got big people investing. They were getting chaperoned around from the village hall to the police station and toured around. And I'm like, okay, if they're going to pay off all Dalton's debts, what do they owe? What do you owe if they do that? They're just going to pay the debts off and that's it?
Well, they would pay the debt off, and then Dalton will have to pay them back gradually. And
Yeah.
you
But,
know,
I mean, can I diffuse some? I got to diffuse some in the comments. I'm so sorry. Conscious, please know Gardis is not that type of person. I don't know what he said yesterday, but just so you know, Conscious, you know I'm not that type of person. They're trying to say that we're being, just so you know, Trina, in the chat, they're trying to drum up we're doing racism. That is a lot of
that's not what is racism. That's a physical description of someone.
Yeah, the and I'm being honest and Conscious, you're kind, but let me tell you this: the two gentlemen came, they were white, yes, they were, and they were outside publicly saying they were coming here to save Dalton publicly. So that's exactly the description. I don't know what happened yesterday, but I know Gardis is not that type of person to be on a race thing. Just be honest. What was said yesterday, Conscious? Tell us. I mean, this is an open forum, but just so you know, I know you weren't there, or maybe you were, but it was two white men, one specifically with the shaggy, I'll call it a shaggy haircut. He specifically said out his mouth, I have investors that want to pay for Dalton to clear their debts. He said this. He was also chauffeured by one of the leaders of Dalton, of the movement. They were chauffeured. Oh, hold on, I gotta take this. Sorry, guys.
Right, because that was definitely something else I noticed. Like, where are the cars?
Sorry, y'all. Okay, Trina, you got my 100% attention. I just wanted to stop that because I didn't want anybody to think that you or Gardis were saying anything racially. This is what happened. Continue with everything you got to say. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and so, you know, they'll do anything to try and make it seem like we're speaking, you know, things that we shouldn't be speaking, right? It's actually almost impossible for Black people to be racist anyway, is what I learned in my African American history course at the university, because we don't have the power to stop anyone from gaining jobs, getting more money, living where they want to live. So we can have an opinion, but we can't actually be like full-blown racist because we don't have control over where someone's going to live, where they're going to work, and things of that sort. So we'll just let that roll on off our minds. But this is our life, right? And in your life, you only get to vote so many times. And each time you vote, it's going to affect 4 years of your life. And so why is it that all of the debt that we have, my house, like every other person's house in Dalton, is at least 25% in debt from the debt that Dalton has that's over the budget. And that's, you know, the village of Dalton, the school district, all of the places that attribute to our taxes. And so I don't even have a home equity loan out. So it's very disheartening to find out that 25% of the value of my home is in debt for people who are supposed to be in leadership, making conscious, good decisions.
Yeah. Yeah. And Trina, you're so young to own your own home outright. How do you feel with these decisions being made? And I ain't gonna lie, some of these people don't even live in Dalton. I just gotta say it.
A lot of these people don't live in Dalton. A lot of the people that they have in this political fight that they're having are not from Dalton. And yes, these are public meetings. Everyone has the right to come, but it's awfully misleading when you have people that wouldn't even consider renting an apartment in Dolton.
Say that.
Dalton saying what should and shouldn't happen with decisions that are being made for residents and participating in the harassment of legitimate residents. Like, at what point is that okay? It's absolutely, I made it a point, and I was really aggressive when I came to that meeting, that I was calling Tiffany a super liar. And I was really, really angry, mostly because I read that post about you that stated people are being perfectly within their rights to smack the shit out of Burgundy Blue at the meeting. And Sherry's amening in the comments, like, yes, absolutely. Right? And I'm like, who in the hell do they think they are? Do you, first of all, I have to be completely honest. I was waiting on somebody to come up and act like they wanted to put their hands on you. Because what they didn't know was I was all in it. I'm all in it. I don't care if we gotta do WWF, and I say, Burgundy, tap me in.
And it's so cool. Like, thank you for that. Cause I didn't even know, I don't know you as people, as you know, we don't know each other, but we met just because of this. So thank you for being there, because I was there by myself, and then people started tapping me on the shoulder. And then the first person to say, I was just so lost, and I hear a voice, Burgundy Blue, and it's Mama Hill. And she gave me a hug, and I just started being emotional, because I'm like, man, I'm out here. No matter if they're saying they're going to smack me, they're going to put my face up here, they're going to talk about me. I'm out
here. It was just like, okay, as soon as somebody walk up, I'm going to step right in front of her. I mean,
thank you.
I was so angry. I saw you talking to Ed, Steve, and Jason, asking for their assistance, and they looking like some punks. Like, they can't understand what you're saying. You're speaking the English language. How is it that you don't understand? How is it that you don't understand? But when I look back in retrospect, they knew what this fool was out here doing. That's what they bought him for. So why would they intersect? Why would they interject? Why would they say anything on your behalf when that's why Jedediah is here? Why?
And when you saw me out that night, when we were talking to Jason and Brittany, the first thing they said was, we're going to talk to Dr. Nikita and get it together. And I was like, okay, well, I'm going to go home, relax. And it got 10 times worse.
Right. Why would they talk to Dr. Nikita to get it together? She's not in leadership.
Yeah.
She doesn't run anything in Dalton. But they feel like because she lives in a certain community.
She's the haves and have-nots, remember?
Correct. But I'm moved to Dalton from Naperville. 900 Fairway Drive in Naperville. Nikita's still on her way to Naperville.
Baby, I know all about Naperville and Plainfield. Love it.
So it's when I moved to Dalton, you know, I'm like, I could buy a house cash, right? But it's not the same. It's not the same at all. Naperville is a certified crime-free community, meaning that you get a background check, everyone in a community. You can't be a felon and live there. So you can let your kids walk up and down the street. You know, you don't have to worry about what's going on in finances. It's a lovely community. When they do events, they had date night for the whole Naperville to come out. And it's so many restaurants downtown Naperville, and they all are, you know, having 50% off, you know. So it's like everybody in the community's out on date night. Literally, everybody's out. You know, they have the river walk. They have all of this stuff that you can do. And they're paying basically the same amount of taxes.
Yep, they playing the and I just wanna. I had a little. I just got a little nasty email from some neighboring. Well, I'm not even gonna say who it is, but some neighboring people that come. But they come to. Speaking of date night, they come to Dalton meetings like it's a date night or it's prom.
Oh yeah.
It's exciting to them.
I know each person, and when you see, like the lady who came and talked about Tiffany and made a comment about justice that was really disgusting. She comes all the way, I think, from Hinsdale or something like that area,
and makes a
all
comment
the way to Dolton. And Ed Steve always makes sure she's here.
Mm-hmm.
They bring in people that will keep the division going. They don't want to be held accountable for all of the tax dollars that they're spending. And look at this comment that you have posted from Dr. Nikita. How is her account even still on Facebook? Her account should be gone. If I would have posted that, they would have had 30 people sending in complaints.
It's still on Facebook to this day. Not Dr. John Kraft, no, it's up there. Dr. Cornell, all these doctors, they know this is a lawyer, John Kraft, Dr. Cornell. You see the threats, you see what's going on, and you just allow this to go up there.
And I didn't even know John Kraft was an attorney. I just thought he was over Edgar Watchdogs.
I don't know. It's weird. Like, what? I'm just gonna ask. Like I said earlier, I didn't deserve no slap. Like, I remember crying that night when Noah died. And thank you, Trina. You was like, you gotta get thicker skin. I kept that on my vision board. Even though I'm going through a death in my family, this stuff took me over the top. And I had just met with Jason House. I asked him to stop it. I was in private with everybody. Can y'all with Jason House, with what's her name, Brittany Norwood, with Ed Steve. Can y'all stop before this escalates? We're gonna see what we can do.
No, they want to keep that going. They want to keep that going. They absolutely won't stop that. But I seen the signs early on, with Jedediah, and I was having been a person that's always been like picked on, right? I was bused to Mount Greenwood Grammar School, which is still very prejudiced as a community to this day. And being one of the first Black students going there, was a lot of teasing and stuff like that. And then I went to a predominantly Black school, being transferred on 58th in Michigan called Carter School. And the very first day, the kids like, I want to fight you. You talk like you white. And I'm like, damn, I'm just trying to make friends. You know what I mean? So when I see other people get teased and bullied, it takes me to a really bad place. You know what I mean? It really does. And I hate that they did that to you. Jedediah started with you at the rally with Mary Avant, right?
Yeah.
Asking, do you see the guys in the SUV and all of that other stuff? I'm like, what's his problem?
But I think I'm an easy target because I have been here so many years. And I was probably the first out of my community. It was a couple, but I was the first to say, y'all, I'm going to drive past Sibley and I'm going to drive past State Line Road and see what I'm going to drive past 95th. And I drove to California, and then I flew to Turkey, and I flew to Asia, and I saw things, and I would come back to my community and try to bring affordable things to my community. And people knew that. And so it's just, oh, we got some people from high school. Oh, she's adopted. We found her foster. What, not her foster, my adopt. Dude, are you serious? What do I have to do with Tiffany?
What does that have to do with you as a person? What does that have to do? Moses was adopted.
But
wasn't Moses pulled out of the river by the Pharaoh's sister? Was he not adopted?
I'm a blessing every day.
Didn't Moses go back and save a whole community? Getting to know his birth parent, his mother. right?
Mm-hmm.
So what does that have to do with anything?
Apparently it shows my.
Was that supposed to hurt you? Was that supposed to say, oh, she's supposed to be rejected?
Mm-hmm.
What was that supposed to do?
Well, I'm gonna give you a cool fact, Trina. When they were trying to do that, someone sent me a cool video, and it was a clip of Jedediah saying his name wasn't really Jedediah, it was something else. And he changed his name to Jedediah because his daddy came and said he had a son named Jedediah.
Correct.
Well, my mama gave me my name, and guess what? My parents kept my name. They didn't take it away. They kept my name the same no matter what. They kept my name the same. So if she wanted to find me and if she wanted to know about me, she could find it.
Mm-hmm.
So there you have it. Like, you can't be bringing up people past and think that is her. I was an infant, so I had no choice to be adopted or not. But we're going to get up off of me and we're going to go back to this. What happened to you yesterday at the event? I got the text message like everybody else that did you get that text messages? All residents are invited to Jason's house thing.
Yeah,
I got it. Yeah, I got it. Okay,
absolutely.
I got it.
That when I went on their trustee webpage, that the links to their Facebook, that they had me blocked.
I ain't gonna block. Oh my God, a resident. Y'all, they are blocking a resident.
Even on Dalton Politics, right? If I make a comment, my comments have to be viewed by the administrator before it's posted.
Really?
My comments aren't automatically just posted. See? They're afraid. They're deaf. They're always afraid of what I might say.
That is very interesting. Now, how are your comments like? And people can put up slapping comments and everything. That don't have to be taken down or approved. Okay. This is very interesting. So you can't comment freely, and okay, this is something
I can post my comment. And when I hit enter, it says post must be approved by administrator.
Wow. So that show what side Dalton, you guys who are following Dalton politics, that show what side. Like, y'all be wondering what's going on. We're trying to show you what's going on.
Yeah, but that's long-standing, right? That people have said that the Dalton politics page is really the Hate Tiffany website and things of that sort. And I don't want anybody to be hated. I just want them to be held accountable. I just want them to do right. When you're making decisions for the totality of people in the community, can you at least, if you're not qualified for the job, make the most fair decision you can? You see, our taxes and the levy for taxes is determined by lawsuits, bonds, all of that stuff, mostly lawsuits and bonds. And so when you have a $33 million lawsuit that has basically wiped us out, and bonds that are still out there that haven't been paid, and we're still in debt. How is it that in 2013 we only owe Chicago $800,000, but we owe them $12 million now? We only owe Homewood Disposal $100,000. We owe them like $4 million now. Why is it that we owe more money now when we knew the state that we were in 2013, and they have done nothing to correct that? Why would you spend more money through litigation, suing each other? The board has sued the village of Dolton over these past 4 years with the board members versus Tiffany Henyard than any other time in Dalton's history. That costs money. Their fights literally cost us. But then they'll go and appeal their taxes and they're not paying the tax burden.
I got a question.
Yeah.
This is my question. If they, how many trustees do you know off the top of your head that suing the village or have sued the village?
All of the trustees that are sitting there right now, and they have current lawsuits against the village, saying, "Oh, she didn't give us this information. Oh, she didn't give us that information." And so this, you know, if you go on the clerkofcircuitcourt.com, you'll see all the lawsuits that, you know, they have.
And the current trustees are currently suing the village. The current trustees are having the secret squirrel meetings that Tiffany like to call it, but the second meetings that we're due at the. Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry for interrupting.
No, you good. Please, this is your show.
Every single meeting that we've had for 4 years has been a secret squirrel meeting because we don't have meeting minutes for any of them. So every single meeting that we've had, whether it's in Village Hall, whether it's the trustees having it in the Park District, they all are secret squirrel meetings. The only thing that the clerk has posted is the agenda. And so if we don't have meeting minutes, we don't know what we can go back to video and see how they voted, but we should literally have a written record of what was voted on. The yays and nays are all in the meeting minutes. They're violating the law by not having meeting minutes posted, I believe, within 15 days of the meeting. Maybe it's 30, but they go before the people all the time, right? And they vote as a board to approve meeting minutes. How are you approving meeting minutes and we still don't have meeting minutes? How? Right? And then the board voted to have the deputy clerk, Eris Montgomery, salary boosted to $60,000. And we still don't have meeting minutes. They've been downtown, her and Clerk Keys, Eris Montgomery and Clerk Keys have been downtown on the taxpayers' dime, going to clerk conventions, staying in hotels, ordering room service when downtown Chicago is a 20-minute drive back to Dalton. You can take an Uber if you want. You can go to dinner and take an Uber. You could wait for the traffic to die down while having dinner. You could pay for parking and drive yourself home. Like, why is it that all that money's being spent, but we don't have meeting minutes? Did you learn anything from that convention? Do you know that you're accountable for that? Why isn't she paying restitution for every single check that she got, right, as an elected official, and we don't have written record? You know, I'm tired of these lies. Nobody's stopping her. She says, oh, well, Tiffany wants her to type everything verbatim. All you have to do is open a Google Doc, hit tools, and then hit the microphone button.
That's it. That's all.
And it'll type itself, and you can edit everything. It'll type itself. And so why couldn't her and Eris Montgomery do that twice a month for the meetings?
Yep.
You see, so all of the meetings were secret squirrel meetings.
That is very true. Like it's like we only look at everything Tiffany is doing, and like I said, I'm not like, oh yeah, Tiffany can do it if nobody can. I'm not that type of person. I'm saying, well, if Tiffany leaves, what's the procedure? And no one can answer that. What's the procedure with Tiffany leave? Are we going to owe money to high society management for all their PR work? Are we going to pay out Alderson and Murphy right away? What's going to happen with all the settlements? I want to know, what's the procedure?
The procedure if Jason's mayor?
Yeah.
it's going to continue to be the procedure as each administration changes it. Or they're going to kick the can further down the road with any litigation. They're going to prolong as long as they can with paying any bills. And if they can issue more junk bonds, they'll do that as well. You know that the amount of money that they spent defending the cop that killed Alexis Wilson was probably way more than a $1 million that Cara Ellis asked for. Why wouldn't the board have that money issued? Why wouldn't the mayor say, hey, we really can't defend this. We shouldn't be defending this murder, and just pay? Because I can almost assure that Delgado or whoever represented the village of Dalton in that case got $1 million.
Yeah, if we're paying $1 million to the lawsuit people, the lawyers, why are we not paying? Like, it's so many things I want to ask you, Trina. Because I know you got to be on live tonight. Why are they not asking Andrew Holmes to step down? I understand why. I want to know your version, but I'll tell you my version as well.
Oh, I was waiting for your version, but you.
Oh, I'll do it. Okay, so Andrew Holmes is not being asked to step down because they need to hold that seat because Tiffany will appoint that seat. That's why you've never seen any trustees ask Andrew Holmes, no matter, even though he's accused of the most heinous of things, they're not asking him to step down publicly because they want to hold that seat and not give Tiffany a chance to appoint someone for that seat. That seat is set for who they want in that seat. So, because Andrew has 2 more years, if that makes sense to you guys. He has 2 more years on that seat. If Andrew Holmes stepped down, Tiffany is appointing that seat to somebody she knows, and they don't want that.
Correct. Just like, the same case in Thornton Township. So they really can't request a trustee to step down that's involved in a civil case. This is still a civil case, Burgundy, because there hasn't been enough evidence, or evidence hasn't been presented in a timely enough fashion for it to be a criminal case yet. It may become a criminal case later in the future, but right now, as it stands, this is a civil case, and they really can't, request that he step down in something that's civil, because they all could be defending themselves in a civil lawsuit.
Got it. Okay. So it's no criminal charges. So that's it. One more question. So everybody hates the YouTubers. Everybody hates the YouTubers. They're like, it's because of YouTube. Dalton is so is going through this. It's because of us. It's because of Shay. I just got this sent to me from Dr.
Okay.
Go ahead.
It's crazy how, so they keep saying, these comments like you just stated about YouTubers. But I do remember seeing a video of elected officials thanking certain YouTubers, and I believe your name was included in that, right? It was, thank you, Hannibal.
Yeah.
Thank you. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so why is it that it's okay when they say so, but when you're not spinning the narrative of what they want to come out of your mouth, then you're those YouTubers?
Yeah, when we're not just covering Tiffany with any kind of situation, it's those YouTubers, and it's like detract from the naysayers. It's like get the naysayers. But I just wanted to bring something, and I think that my stuff came up because I was able to this is not a huge, I'm gonna see if this is a huge picture, but it was the Hannibal situation. It was like, Y'all said y'all was gonna give him $5,000. I mean $500. 5,000 would have been nice. Y'all said y'all gonna give him $500. He never got the $500.
Correct.
That was my whole thing. Like, he never got the $500. But y'all did this whole
just like Officer Miles probably won't get that 1,000.
I didn't even think about Officer Miles, right? He never got how you giving away something he never got the 500. I'm not speaking on none of this. I have it in my back pocket. I'm like asking the person, is it okay? We're talking. I'm like, hey, this is going on. They're attacking me. You know what's going on in my family at this time. How should I deal with this? That was just a question. Like, how should I deal with this? You literally never gave this man the rest of his money. But it's the YouTubers. But I want to bring this post up to you, Trina. Not this. Hey, team. Now, this is on Dalton Politics. Hey, team. All y'all got teams. It's just me by myself. It's just Trina by herself. I don't know if Trina have a team, but it's just me. Do you got a team, Trina?
Yeah, I got 2 kids here, so we kind of function.
She got a tribe. She got a great.
I hope they on my team.
I'd be the same with my baby. Be like, Mama, would you just stop? It says, hey team, I'm aware of the video from individual investor, and he said I haven't provided receipts. I am very open and honest person. So I am a very open and honest person. So I'm going to go live at 3 p.m. Central Standard Time today. Please subscribe to my page. Please subscribe to my page so I can go live. One thing I do not do is run from the truth, and that's from Dr. Nikita Cloud. My whole thing is, what happened? Why we weren't supposed to use YouTube as a tool, and now we're using that as a tool? Is this what's happening now? Everybody's a YouTuber? Just had to put that.
This is
not subscribe.
Well, she was on TED Talks. When let's be clear, when Nikita first got to Dolton on Team Tiffany as her chief of staff or whatever capacity she was working in, I think she was also the PR person. So she had multiple hats as well. So did she get multiple checks? But they rode her like a pony, right? They were like, she's a reality show hoe, right? Because she did that reality show. They were like, she's a liar. She's just they talked about her like a dog, up and down, Dalton politics. Like a dog, okay? And so that was the first person that I seen, oh, now she's so great. She's not the same person that was a reality show host, gossiping, liar, and all of these other things. And, that's how I found out she was on TED Talks and on To Rome with Love and all that other stuff.
From Dalton Politics?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I didn't recognize her, and I do believe I looked at the show, but, it's not a show that I don't think it had a more than one season or whatever. Like, it didn't have it was just some Black women in Rome looking for love. Right. And so I don't even remember the episodes that I see her post now, but just like they look all into everybody's background, their backgrounds can be looked into too. And so they need to be conscious when they're having people doxxed, because how would they feel if people expose things that were going on with their household and people that they're married to and their criminal past? And a lot, like, court information is public information. Let's be clear about that. And so when they say, oh, and they talked about Keith's bankruptcy, up and down. It's elected officials up for re-election and up for mayor that have filed bankruptcy as well.
Yep.
And again, that's public information.
Yep.
But it's not so much about as filing bankruptcy, I think, as it is as bankruptcy fraud. Like, I really don't know what he was thinking when he did that. Like, you have two public positions.
Mm-hmm. This is very interesting.
She's been in Rome. Now we know why. My grandmother's been in Rome 5-6 times. Like, my grandmother makes it a point to go to the Vatican. She's a devout Catholic.
Oh,
my aunt's been in Rome. Yeah, so
that's really nice. And was your aunt looking for love when she went to Rome, Trina?
No, she was looking for the Pope too, like my grandma, and good bottles of wine that you can't get in America.
I love it. And I'm not gonna I know you got a late night crew has got an exclusive with Trina Downs. Can you give us like a snippet when you pulled up to the Jason House 2025 rally? What was the energy?
When I pulled up, I was just like trying to be cool. I really just intended on sitting in my car and just listening to whatever was being said in person, because I was just listening from home on a computer. I just wanted to get a good look at the crowd. But as I started looking around, with what was going on, and I'm like, they playing this same game over and over again. Over and over again with the people. Everybody's of Riley Rogers, okay? And you just re-electing the same corruption. You just re-electing to have more dollars spent unnecessarily and for not. I mean, I don't know what I have to do to prove it to people. The sick game that's going on to tax people out of their homes. Like, really, if I wanted to, I'll be fine. I'm young. I still work. I have different degrees. I worked as a medical examiner, doing life insurance exams, a wellness examiner for Blue Cross Blue Shield, going to like Sam's and Walgreens and doing like physicals, right? I've done a lot of stuff. I've worked with some of the largest financial firms here. Like, I worked for Edgewater Funds, literally, for Jim Gordon. He's one of the richest men in America. If I wanted to get Dalton's debt covered, it would be nothing to him. He built the Museum of Contemporary Art downtown Chicago. This is with his own money. This would be a tax write-off for him. You understand what I'm saying? But I don't know if receivership would be a tax write-off unless he's willing to say, this is to save Dalton. I don't know if that's allowed. Is that allowed to save a municipality as a tax write-off? That'll be a good question. That's a very good question. But it's like things could... You could just get so much done in your community. It's so many people that are willing to help, that have financial means to help, right?
It's true. Yeah.
It's so much going on. Like, it's a group of taxpayers in Illinois and parents. If you have children and you want them to go to private school, there's a tax program in the state where if you owe state taxes, instead you could get that money. And that money will go towards a child's tuition, to go to private school, and as a working parent, that's really big, right? When you could get 70% of your child's tuition paid through free tax dollars. I'll make sure that I get that link for you, Burgundy. So it could be posted in the chat, because a lot of people don't know about that. But in Indiana, they actually have school voucher programs where you can send your children to a private school opposed to a public school. And I think that would be really essential to the children here in Dalton, because I don't feel like their educational standards are up to par in Dalton. I graduated from Hyde Park High School. I went to Chicago State, University of Chicago for school, but still, I feel like you should be able to get out of high school and have a reputable job somewhere. And it shouldn't have to just be in retail or fast food. And I see a lot of that in District 205. And it's really disheartening, because I don't feel like they're preparing students to come out and have the best future that they can have. Everybody's not going to want to go to college. Everybody's not acclimated toward college or wanting to do anything with books besides, what's required for those 12 years and leave me alone. But you should make sure that they have other technical skills, like phlebotomy, EKG, CNA, things of that sort. People who have a railroad down the street, they can build a relationship with the railroad and have children, children there, they're 18 years old. Like, start a program. I asked Tiffany for the building across the street from Village Hall. Let me use it for the youth. And I'm like, not the youth that have programs that are subsidize them, right? And that would be, for children up to 13. I'm talking about the working age youth, 15 to 24, right? Because if you're still in college in the state of Illinois and you're 24, your parents can claim you as a dependent. So I think it's important to make sure that they have job readiness. We have Ford here. They can build a relationship with Ford and have an apprenticeship program. It's so much that you can do. Make sure, first of all, every job that's in the village of Dalton should be for residents in the village of Dalton. Plain and simple. Maybe we'll have better service. And then you can circulate the money through the community, because the money that's being paid with tax dollars are going back to the taxpayer.
That's so true, Trina. Like, I remember coming up, we used to have like a little trade program out this way, but it was in the city of Dawson. I think it was Dawson Technical. And you could go there and get you a trade. It's nothing. We had mechanics here in Dalton at one point where you could go and get you. It's nothing like that.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
When I first came to Dalton, I remember the daycare that's Bottle the Books, and I love Bottle the Books. She's a great entrepreneur, and she has multiple daycare centers. However, that used to be labor ready. That used to be labor ready right there on Sibley. And I used to see the men in the community that are now at the liquor store all the time. It's not that they didn't go to the liquor store when they got off work, but they went to work every morning because they were going labor ready, and labor ready would send them to Ford or wherever, right? And labor ready even paid them on a day-to-day basis. If they didn't want to wait to the end of the week, they would give them most of their wages or half of their wages on a day-to-day basis, so they wouldn't be without money, right? And I've seen labor ready be closed. And I've seen the impact it had on the community.
Trina is absolutely right, y'all. Labor Ready was on Sibley across the street from Thornridge, right? Right over that way. Labor Ready, it was like diagonal from Thornridge. It was there. You could line up in the morning. As long as you lined up, you had a job.
Had a job. Yes, ma'am.
You want me to tell you something, Trina? I don't know if you noticed this, but I remember when Tiffany was campaigning, and this is not a pro-Tiffany statement. Like you said, I know at least 2 young men that will hang out, because we don't live far from that, walking up and down the street, hanging out the liquor store, selling CDs. They work for Public Works now. 2 of them. They had no future, young guys, and now they're working. So you can see the effects of the community, period. But it seems like people want to use their influence, money, etc. on the messy stuff, just on the messy stuff instead of the greater good.
Absolutely. And it has to, and you can't, Burgundy, if I could just, I've known Tiffany for a while, right? And it seems like everybody who's like will not tell her the absolute truth, they're absolutely rewarded. If I was quiet and just was worried about and on self, I wouldn't have any issues with any of these politicians. They all want me as their ally. It's just that I gravitated more toward Tiffany because I'm like, she's a go-getter, right? People, Sherry used to call me, right, and talk shit like, Trina, is she paying you to babysit Justice? Why you worried about it, boo? Do I owe you money?
Don't mention Trina. I mean, don't mention Sherry over here, Trina, because she'll make a police report and call the FBI.
Well, I've made police reports and called the FBI too, so I'll match her energy. I'll match her energy, and if she was really in touch with the FBI, then she would be telling on everybody. And so that's the good part, because if they think that the FBI is just coming and they're like the residents, right, where they're going to pick a side and say, we don't see nothing that the trustees done or anybody else done. It's only what Tiffany did. Right? It's not we don't care if the clerk got paid 4 years and didn't have any doesn't have any meeting minutes whatsoever. Right? It doesn't matter. It's okay. And all of that stuff, whatever went on with Dalton's bank account as it changed from Tiffany to Jason and the clerk only, and then back to Tiffany, it's a lot that's not being said. So when she says things like they in trouble too, and it's a lot y'all don't know, she may be telling the truth, she may be lying, but I know that a FBI investigation will not just include her, and I'll be thoroughly surprised if she's the only one indicted or held on anything. It's going to be a whole lot of them. That's why I say they should just get zip ties and, zip tie their wrists and just get in the van voluntarily. So nobody has to go through all that searching and everything, because it's a shame.
It's a direct shame. I want to play the video you sent me, if that's okay.
Sure.
Let's play this, and then I won't hold it. Hold on. And thank you for your time, Trina. Like, we started following you, and I did cover you when I didn't know you. I was like, this woman keeps coming up, but she's speaking facts, and everything you were saying at the board meeting, I would go double check, and it was true. I was like,
a lot of people say that, though. A lot of people say that. And I've had a lot of older people in the community be like, how do you know what's going to happen? It's like you say something and then it comes to pass. And I'm like, I don't know, outside of just looking at what's going on. But Dalton shutting my water off caused me to have such a strong connection with God, though. I can hear God so clearly, because that's a whole lot to go through for 3 months. And still go to meetings, right? And not smack the shit out of nobody, but just go to meetings and voice yourself at the microphone. I've had an older woman in the community mock me, and it kind of reminds me, but they did you way worse, because it was like a concerted effort, like they were protesting you when you came to the mic to speak. multiple women saying you're a liar, but you're saying you are in support of women that have been abused, like Miss Duke. So why would you then attack a woman that's already being attacked and you don't even know what's going on? So it was.
Once you saw at least video evidence of me, I was believing women even when they didn't show any evidence. I was just like, okay.
That was just terrible to see elders in the community do that to you. That was terrible. I heard women say, liar. What the hell is really going on? Then this same man gets up to attack an elected official. Like, what's really going on? He's attacked everyone in the community. Hell, he attacked me. And I'm like, you got the right one. You really do. Because like I stated, my son is 31 years old. So I'm like, who in the hell he think he talking to? And where is his mama? You know what I mean? I know you a grown-ass man, but you do recognize that I'm a grown-ass woman who lives here and pays taxes here. And I don't have to go along with your orchestrated chant. I can say what the hell I want, that part. So,
period. Amen.
He was brought here to have that type of aggression with residents, and it just so happens we all are women. Because when Andrew Holmes got up and said, motherfucker, come on, because I didn't have to hear the words. I could read lips very well. He said, motherfucker, come on. That's what his lips said. I seen the lips. I seen it. Okay, and beckoned for him, and he came from around that desk. He didn't want no more problems. And you seen Jason grab him and pull him, just like you seen Jason grab and pull Tammy Brown from attacking Miss Hill from what? Filming her? I was in that same meeting, Burgundy, and I got it on my Facebook Live. I was in the same meeting for 55 minutes, filming her, everything in there. All Tammy did was give me some chicken wings, and Kiana put a waffle on my plate. They ain't want no beef because they knew I was filming. But when I brought Miss Hill back, who wanted to document the fact that Riley Rogers was inside of that meeting and orchestrating a lot as what was going on with leadership instead of being there as an active resident, right? She says, what? Get that damn camera out my face. And you will also see Stephanie Weideman get arrested.
All that was going on while she was telling us. Now, I'm going to tell you something funny, and I have not said this on my show.
Let me tell you, Burgundy.
Oh, I'm
First
here.
of all, Nikita did not get up to speak until I left. Why did she wait till I left?
Because you were filming.
Because she knew I would say you a lie. And you was in there on them Friday nights every weekend, kikiing and going out to eat. You, Tiffany, and Lavelle Redmond. Because I pulled up and watched her in the window. And I used to be like, Tiffany just don't know that girl ain't shit. The same way that she loves to. She had people in the chat, right? And the reason I went out quickly with Tiffany is because I'm like, she gonna listen. She gonna listen. She know me. She gonna listen. She had no choice but to listen, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's going to hear me. You know what I mean? It's not like I'm just some random voter, right? What's really going on? You know what I mean? I see. She is so strong to. When I'm going through relationship issues, right? I've never found myself saying and putting my hurt on a back burner to move forward to say I can help in the community as a whole mayor. understand that all of that hurt that she was going through, not only did she find out this he was cheating, but he go on and marry somebody else and then try and give you the blues.
But marry the lady. That's why I always say, I'm like, y'all don't even understand.
But if you go back, I can pull Tia Ewing's Facebook post where she played it like they were just friends. He's just my friend. He's just my friend. I remember sending her messages like, I don't know if you want to mess with Shay. I don't know if you want to mess with him. You're not really. I remember specifically sending a message saying, I don't think you're equally yoked because you don't have any children. You haven't been married before.
Mm-hmm.
And he's been like around the world. He has baby mamas, ex-wife. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So you're not really equally. You see what I'm saying? In that aspect, I don't really feel it's fair. But, you know, she evidently found something she liked enough to marry, and, you know, they have a baby and everything like that. But do you feel it's okay for him to take his other children's mom through hell? That is your child's sibling.
You better tell it, Trina. You better tell it while everybody praising him all the time. I'm sitting up here like, y'all do. I was looking at it like, wait a minute, ain't that Tiffany boyfriend? When I saw
they had a whole huge baby shower, and Tiffany was grateful for every gift. Unlike someone else who stated that whoever didn't bring a gift can get the up out her party, out her baby shower. And he had to apologize on her behalf.
And, yep. So, she said, if you didn't bring a gift, get the F out.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and that's crazy. And it's like, when I'm like, y'all know this girl is human.
I didn't think she was human. I'm like, dang, what, yo, I know that Tiffany don't drink. So I can't say, well, she got with her girls and they, you know, had some shots of vodka and chopped it up and she all good. Now that's something I'll do. My girls will take me out, right? We'll go downtown on the Gold Coast. We'll go. It's multiple places. I'm kind of scared to say where we hang out loud.
Yeah, don't say it.
But yeah, I'm like, you know, you could just leave me on the line. I'm good now. We done talked it out. I cried it out. I'm good. You know, but Tiffany just drinks Sprite.
Yeah,
straight up, like, you'll be high off sugar. You know what I mean? Because I'm like, she doesn't drink. Straight up, I think she maybe had a wine. One night she had the little stepping thing. And I was like, what? You got a wine cooler? What?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a big deal. If she would have had a mixed drink, I would have definitely had to take a pic. But when she had her first event, we was cracking up because nobody was there but me and her.
Oh, how cute.
That's how.
Oh, Lord.
That's how.
Breaking news, Trina. Hold on. So somebody just sent me Dalton Politics. They said somebody put anonymous. Now we already know who that is. Y'all just sent it up. So they put in there, Burgundy Blue is talking like her shit don't stink. And then they put my name and any kind of dissolutions with any kind of business. You guys, I'm not running for office. I have 3 lawsuits out here. I'm not running for office. Y'all are running for office. Y'all are politicians. I'm doing commentary work. What do I have to do in any kind of thing I have to do? Deal with Dalton politics. That's your problem. Put my information out there. You too, like I said, John Kraft, subpoenaing whoever the anonymous person, because you guys can tell who anonymous is on Dalton politics.
Sure can. That's the administrator.
So the administrators is coming. Y'all need to if you can filter through Trina Downs' post, you should be filtering through mine. What is your problem? I am not running for office, and that's all I have to say. But Trina Downs is.
I am. Talk
And
about
again,
me. Talk about me.
Where's Anton Daniels' 48-hour notice? Y'all be loving to try to rile me up. I'm doing everything. I'm a law-abiding citizen, and I'm doing everything legally. So this
We
is
need to be calling Anton Daniels for financial advice.
That's it. And this is pretty cool. So John Kraft, get it together. Like, I'm already involved in, and this is not a threat to you, but this doesn't make sense that this has nothing to do with politics. I'm a regular person living in Dalton. If I made it, I made it. If I didn't make it, I didn't make it. Ain't no shame in my game. So y'all can just calm that down. Y'all could calm that down. And whoever docks me, we pulling it. Okay, continue, Trina.
And there's no need in even doing it with me. Like I be out here with no shame, just in general. I don't know how you shame a person who has no shame.
And this is the thing. I played individual investors video, and then I showed y'all where I was threatened to be slapped. And y'all like, she think her shit. No, this is not Apple. This is different. Why don't y'all see a post with me threatening someone and put it up to a post with them threatening me? That's apples and apples. Why don't you show the video I made on somebody for 45 minutes versus the video they made on me for 45 minutes? That's apples and apples. Y'all not doing the same. You're bad at this. Okay, continue, Trina. Y'all bad. Y'all bad at this.
What's amazing to me is how they always speak about mental health, and mental health is real. And but do they realize that they are the bulk of someone's mental health issue or problem? Do they realize that they will put in a mode of paranoia when you don't know who's going to attack you for having your own opinion in the village of Dalton? Like literally attack you. Yeah. I remember Kiana saying that somebody's car is on the scratch list.
What that means?
Oh, her car on the scratch list. I don't know, but I sure have been waiting to find some scratches on my damn car.
What do a
scratch list?
Okay.
Or does it mean? I mean, what is the scratch list? I'm not understanding. Why would someone's car be on the scratch list? If she thought it was hilarious or whatever.
Oh, that is horrible. That's toxic.
That's absolutely terrible.
But that's how the mentality.
That's how they operate.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and they operate in the same nepotism as they state Tiffany does. They operate in the same gangsterism that they claim Tiffany uses. They use the same tactics. They are all the same. They'll have people, they are worse.
They are horrible.
They are worse.
Y'all over here burning up because we're discussing what was put out.
What kind of leaders would say, after making a big deal and calling the press about Lavelle Redmond working here, would then take him up under their wing and say, you were wrongfully terminated. That shouldn't have happened. You should have never been working here. You definitely shouldn't have had a badge that said police department, mistake or not. You work in code enforcement.
Exactly. Now, this is what happened. I forgot to tell you this part. So remember that meeting, April 8th, everybody was here. Shay, Long Island, me, Reality Check. Everybody was here for those two meetings. That was the Lori Lightfoot meeting, if you don't recall.
And just one moment, I hate to interrupt.
No,
how is Jedediah here for Fania Dukes, but he has a whole interview and he's like, Lavelle Redmond was done wrong. Lavelle Redmond's out there waiting for him to get out of jail. Do people see this damn game that's being played?
Yeah, like how can we put like this those two things, and it's not anything against anything, but it's like those two things don't even those two ingredients don't mix. Like you
Sexual assault is sexual assault,
it's
right?
sexual
So
assault. So if
either you're for sexual assault or you're not for sexual assault. You're for it's okay if you committed sexual assault and you went to jail and you're here for the wrongful termination. I'm not understanding. I call bullshit. I'm sorry. I call bullshit. And they will take anyone on to their team that's willing to say, no, Tiffany got to go. This is why they all must go.
Yeah.
Why should we have to try and sort through all of the BS? To hell with smoke and mirrors. It's no smoke and mirrors. They outright damn liars, manipulators.
Yeah. Just
but go ahead.
No, I mean it's true.
I just had to state that because I just find that just like weird, if nothing else.
This is what I want people to know, that I get so many emails on Burgundy. How are you dealing with this? I want to say something, but I'm scared to say something. I'm living here. I'm scared. I get all that, Trina. And I was the same way. I saw Gardis and I was like, Gardis, you're not scared. That's actually on tape of me and him talking. Like, you're not scared. I was looking all on Tiffany's side. Mm-hmm. Now, y'all got the Dolton politics group just hammering regular residents. I'm a regular smoke person. Now, if your stuff starts to come out, what does that mean for you? Y'all want to claim victim, right? And post it with your chest. Don't post anonymously when it comes to me. When y'all caught me at a weak moment, that's because Noah had passed away. Other than that, I'm ready to go toe-to-toe legally. And I want to be clear. When I left that meeting with the Lori Lightfoot, I was telling you, Trina, we left that meeting and me and my girlfriend met up and we meet in Shay. I don't know if you recall that day. Mm-hmm. The Lori Lightfoot, we get over to some club in Burnham. Now I'm all excited thinking I'm going to see the women trustees and possibly interview them, get to talk to them because, you know, Shay's connected. I'm rolling with Shay, sort of, you know, we're just all in here. I'm not, even though I live here, I'm not involved with the politics. Mm-hmm. We get to the meeting. I walk in. It's a picture of me and Ed Steve. I can post it right now. It's a post. Before y'all even find it, I got the photo on my phone. Don't worry about it. We took a photo. So we get to the event. Tammy Brown, Riley Rogers, Kiana Belcher, Jason House, Ed Steve was sitting at a table with Riley Rogers. So I'm like, we literally just left the secret squirrel meeting. Are we all supposed to be here with the former mayor? I was confusion.
Yeah.
I was like, is this really what y'all want to do? So Ed Steve said, hey, let you introduce to do you want to meet the mayor, the old mayor? I said, no. And then I went over and I saw a previous friend I knew from working at the village because I used to work there. And he was like, you want me to introduce you to him? And I was like, no, we used to work together for years. I grew up with him. Mm-hmm. And it was just weird to see them all around immediately after the meeting with Riley Rogers. But I just felt uncomfortable, but I never told anybody. I was like, this is just so weird. So when y'all are coming out with the Burgundy bitch and all this stuff, I'm sitting here, I'm just not saying anything. I'm literally not saying anything. So put up what you want, say what you want. I still got to keep on living. I still got to keep being Black. And that's what I'm going to continue to do. But what you're pushing me to do, like I see the young lady fighting in the comments for her life over here. Shout out to her and shout out to y'all. I have to defend myself. And that is my right. I have to defend myself. Y'all not going to keep on beating up on me. It makes no sense that y'all beating up on me and ain't proved one damn thing to Dalton, but making people pockets lighter. That's it. All right, continue, Trina. Sorry.
And one statement, it was a couple of statements with him calling you Burgundy bitch, and that, you know, in that type of manner over and over. He is so abusive toward women. I really would like to know what his relationship is like with his birth mother, because he seems to have a relationship with women to where if you're not doing or appeasing or whatever he wants to be done, then you're a bitch. He wants to attack. He's upset when you don't even have to be around. Why are you around? And one key phrase that he said that I've heard multiple times out of abusive men that get locked up for some abusive, heinous shit is when he stated that you a funky pussy bitch. What does he know about anything in your vaginal area? And why is it that that is a tactic in Dalton to talk under one's clothes, to try and they are so sick with their, even Miss Vivian, right? She attacked me on Dalton Politics before, says, I just need some deep dick, right? What makes you think that I just need some dick? Huh? And she literally typed that out. I said, oh, she want me to get my profile removed. She want to get my Facebook shut down. So I responded, do Richard make everything okay in your life? Can somebody just come smack you in the face with some Richards? And you good? That's how you live?
That's how you live. Mm-hmm.
What is wrong with them?
They sexualize everything. It's the top thing. You crazy.
And they showing how they are.
They show how they are. Like, it's always, oh, my first thing they were saying, I get a check every month. Prove it. That is slander.
Prove it.
Prove it. Then I'm not a registered voter. Prove it. Slander. I'm not a registered voter. Prove it. Slander. I don't live here. Prove it. Slander. Just prove it. Everything y'all saying about Burgundy bitch and funky. First of all, Trina, thank you. I'm so sad.
Every abusive psychopath says that.
Why
and to not have ever come in contact with that area. What is he? I mean, why that man got a serious issue?
The women that they giggle at it. But Trina, let's Trina, you guys, let's tone down the funky pussy bitch. I have a couple of dates this weekend. I got some dates. I got a couple of dates.
I mean, he literally has a primate sucking on his nipple. I remember when people said in their ignorance, AIDS come from some man having sex with a monkey. You remember people saying that?
Yeah.
That was such an ignorant statement, but they were saying it. That's where AIDS came from. But it's just, what I do know is that's bestiality, and that monkey can't talk and give him permission to say this is something that he wants to do.
That is crazy. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, we have got, like, I be honest? I don't even be mad at half the stuff the people fall for, because I'm like,
this man has literally Burgundy, this man has literally argued with every deceased mother that he has called himself stepping into hell.
Yes. He brought up okay, forgive me, Cara, I'm not trying to bring you up. He brought up Kanika's mother. The other woman is bringing up that
you don't get no grievance points from me.
You don't get no grievance points. So what you think?
Cara, I understand how you feel. Cara, if you would give me the opportunity, I really believe, and you have every right to step into federal court pro se and sue for the death of your daughter. You do. And I'll step right in with you, along, and anyone else that can help. And if we got to stay in the law library all night, and I know this is something that could be done, and this would be the first time it's probably done in United States history, but it's necessary. It's necessary that this just, we're not letting shit slide, you know, but you cannot, I understand you hurt. I understand that you haven't been able to get assistance when you thought you had assistance. It fell through, but it's a better way, I promise you, than dealing with someone that's on the back end. It's gonna be a problem. That's just his history. It has not been anyone that he stepped in to help in that regard that he hasn't ended up getting into a verbal altercation with the mom. Never a dad, the mom.
The mom, Samaj Crosby.
Mm-hmm.
That whole thing ruined that lady. You know, Samaj. Well, remember Kiara Coles, they hurried up and got him up out of there. Her daddy came through and was like,
And then that would be the same way Alonzo will come through.
Yep, Alonzo.
I would just much rather we do something. The trustees aren't gonna. If the trustees were going to help, they could have given that money to at any time to her.
Why the trustees didn't do a?
That's why they go into executive session to talk about current ongoing litigation.
Mm-hmm.
But they'll parade her pain around in opposition of Tiffany, but you won't make sure that her pain, you can never compensate, but you can make sure that it's shown that you give a fuck. $1 million will show that you give a fuck a little bit. You can never bring her back. No one should have to die over a food disagreement. This is a food disagreement. And people act like, you know how many times, I've seen people go wet about a food disagreement. I've seen people jump over counters at McDonald's, jump over counters and Popeyes, smack shit out of people, beat they act like she outside, they closed. She can't touch nobody in there, right? But they pull up and feel like they're going to execute her. For what? Who is in imminent harm? But when she didn't cut the car off, he starts punching her in the face. What the fuck? Who does that? Somebody who killed 4 people prior to her. Mm-hmm. He should have never been working here.
He should have never been there.
He killed a man cuffed to the bed. I researched his history. How can he killed a man that he bought in an African name. So I know he was Black. At Advocate Christ Hospital. Took him in for a DUI. He claimed he had a DUI. He ended up in the hospital. I guess he's forcing him into testing. Why are you still at the hospital? That's Oakland's jurisdiction at this point. Or the county if you've booked him. Why are you still there in a verbal altercation with the man, and then you get physical while the man's cuffed to the bed and other officers try and intercede, but you choke the man to death right in the hospital, Burgundy, in front of everybody, Burgundy.
I didn't know that. That's
other law enforcement, nurses, doctors choked him to death in the hospital, handcuffed to the bed. And he come back and work for who? How was that even hidden? This was his 4th death. How you doing?
That is crazy.
This was his 5th. And when the man's even if the man was drunk, that doesn't warrant that.
No.
He didn't shoot him. He choked him to death. Swept under the rug. He's still out here working. Right, comes up on a Lexus and shoots her down. First, he started, if you looked at the video, he started punching her in the face. Because what warrants you to start punching her in the face because you tell her to step out the vehicle? Were you met with any type of physical force to where you needed to punch her in the face like that multiple times because of a request you made? Right? You're pulling up about a food dispute. But I did hear that the restaurant allegedly called and stated that they had someone there with a gun. And the restaurant stated the reason they did that is because Dalton be all day.
Oh my God.
But that's still not for your dumb ass to do.
It costs an entire life.
But it's the officers who responded and their behavior in assessing the situation. Just like when Dr. Scott called Dalton police yesterday and told them I had a gun.
What?
It was the response of the officers.
Wait a minute. Oh, you saying that's if?
No, she did. That's what the officer stated to me.
Dr. Scott.
Officer Lee said Dr. Scott called and stated that you have a gun, Miss Downs.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Where's the gun? She said, I told her I had concealed carry. That's what I told her. And that they need to get away from my car. Because why are they all confronting me and what I have to say at my car? But what was most disheartening is, the first person who stepped to my car to tell me, I didn't give him a chance to tell me any. I said, I know you're not stepping over here to tell me to be quiet. I said, what you need to do is not have 2 emergency vehicles parked here to listen to what any politricking has to say, unless you can assure me that there are no emergencies going on in the village of Dolton where 2 fire trucks and the fire staff is here listening to what they have to say in the parking lot.
I was wondering, how was those 2 fire trucks authorized to be out there all day?
They shouldn't have been there. They shouldn't have been there. How do you know it's no emergency where you will be needed? And you're just, they like, we can hear on the radio, okay, but you have 2 fire trucks parked here. I don't feel they should be political, irregardless to what happened to their check. This is why this is going on. Pete is the fire chief. He should be making sure that they are being paid and the deductions that are taken from their checks. Understand that in the fireman's lawsuit, he lists every single trustee along with Tiffany Hilliard and the village of Dalton.
True.
And back to Dr. Scott, she left the podium and quoted from the microphone, "Oh, now she got to get off my property." And to my understanding, that full parking lot is not deeded to her. This is what someone called and told me last night. Don't know if it's true or not.
Does she own the church as well?
They said that she owns the entire strip mall.
Okay.
Nikita Mitchie said that at the mic, but she said she's a doctor, and that's not true.
You know what?
But like I told Tiffany, you presented her and let her present herself that way. Now you're telling me that's an honorary doctor, and that bitch ain't no doctor. I'm like, yeah, but that's how you had her out here to the people till she's on the other side now.
I agree with you, because that's what everybody's coming to me and saying. I'm like, well, y'all stop calling her doctor. Well, y'all was calling her doctor. Why I can't call her doctor now? Y'all was saying it. So now you want to expose the truth when it wasn't in your favor.
Just like we have Dr. DeAndre Rucker Park. Nikita was responsible for making sure that he had his honorary doctrine. I mean, I have the website if anybody, has $400 that they want to get, and they want to get an honorary doctrine.
I was just talking about that, Trina. I was like, remember when Karen Civil and all the hairstylists started going to Harvard out of nowhere on Instagram? They were like, I'm graduating from Harvard, and they were getting they had like a summer program for like 2 weeks, and you could get, but it was founded out that it was just they took a class and then they got a certificate that said Harvard, but they had to pay like $2,000. That's it. That's all it was.
Yeah, but I assure you guys that my Pritzker School of Medicine, University of Chicago certificate of recognition, like when you see that, that's real. I did clinical rotations in surgery and everywhere, and they only pick 50 people in the country every single year to enter that program, and they paid me a stipend.
I love it because Shay gets so mad, like, why y'all say stipend? I'm like, it's just, I don't know. That's what Tiffany's. But yeah, the doctorate, like you guys, I do know people. I have friends like Trina is saying, they completed their doctorates and they were always in the books. They had to spend so much time in residency, all this stuff. They didn't have time to be on Facebook bullying people and telling them they're gonna smack.
Correct. That's a whole doctor. That's a whole call me in the morning, right?
Like,
I'm gonna send you a referral to get stumped out. What the hell?
What the heck? Like, you a whole. Somebody says Harvard has classes with certifications on edX. Yeah. And this is the thing. Gardner says, don't worry, Trina. If it's phony, it'll be posted in Dalton Politics. Only Trina. Not any of the trustees. Not that I was reading an article. Somebody sent me an article and it said Doc. I don't want to lie. It said Honorable Trustee Ed Steve Muhammad.
And you know what's really hurtful, Burgundy, is through the whole pandemic, right? I graduated. I worked for the CDC. I made sure that the information that was on the Village of Dalton COVID information, that was all from Trina Downs.
Really? Thank you for that.
Dalton Library COVID information, where to get tested, all of that stuff was all from Trina Downs. I worked for Governor Pritzker in setting up these drive-thrus and working there, right? Andrew Holmes and Tiffany, right, came and asked me about COVID testing. I told them both it was free. I can have it set up. Later, I started working for a private company, North Shore Labs, and I told them the same thing. Whenever you want it set up, like I told them, the water department would be great because it's a drive-through. People can just drive through, get swabbed, and go out. But I think that they were really looking for something on the back end in order for services to come here, because I seen Andrew Holmes say, no, I got a lady. And I'm like, okay, well, whatever, but still people were asking about, testing. And so that's why I made sure it's multiple test sites posted, but like Aunt Martha's and Christian Community Care, but they only had specific days, right? So I just went on, because I was assigned basically nursing home outbreaks only. When I was working for the state. So, there's a lot going on with nursing homes, with them just trying to find where can we put these deceased bodies, because funeral homes were not accepting people who died from COVID. They're like, hell no, you can't bring them here. I want to live. Everything was just happening, so it was a lot going on. And then from doing the testing, I went to working for the CDC as a with Chicago Department of Public Health as a communicable disease investigator for COVID.
Mhm.
And I was basically tracking all of the variants. And it's thousands and thousands and thousands of variants. So it's really disheartening. And I know that people see me react in such a way, but that's just like total buildup. But when I have elected officials saying she's crazy, when I have people in leadership from anywhere say I'm crazy, I got a problem with that.
I understand.
Because a lot of you all have utilized my knowledge for various things. And if you continue to say that and put that out there, you know, especially with me being a healthcare provider and also a licensed substitute teacher in the state, if you put that information out there about me one more time, I'm going to sue you for defamation. Plain and absolutely simple. And not only that, but I'm going to give publicly every text that every elected official has had with me, every conversation. I'm talking about, I'm going to put it out there, because why are you getting advice and following advice from a crazy person?
Amen.
So
Amen.
that's all I got to say, because that really made my blood pressure high, and I'm going to check it.
I'm sorry, Trina. Trina, I appreciate you. Thanks for encouraging us. Trina Downs for Mayor 2025. Like, that's somebody I could get behind, because you're going to call us all out. You're going to call it out, period.
I would truly give the community back the community. I don't have any political alliance. I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat. You see what I mean? I don't owe anyone anything.
Yeah.
I didn't run on anybody's ticket. It's just me and my kids. You see what I mean? I actually live here.
Yeah.
So it would be, if I were mayor, we all would be mayor. Because I can't sit here and say, oh, because I've had political science courses and I'm matriculated from here and there, that I can just do all things. I would definitely want full help from the community. You know, I want everyone on board. Everybody on board in this community, aiding in any way they can. I would like you on board as community media. We don't need any specific people. You know, Ed Steve has a political agenda. He shouldn't be doing media, right? For the village or the Justice Trustees, like, not with taxpayers' money. With trustees' money, yes. But if you're only doing films, only doing interviews on behalf of political views and gains and elections of the trustees, then you absolutely shouldn't be getting taxpayers' dollars for that. And they shouldn't be submitting any bills of the sort. And hopefully they haven't been. So everybody on board. It wouldn't be about Trina for mayor. It would be the community for mayor. It's us all. You know, we don't need to give a TIF to Food for Less. We can have our own community grocery store. Dalton is only the size of Hyde Park's community, right? So why isn't this community self-sustained? I will have a self-sustainable community. We will have our own animals here for food, right? We will have our own fields. We will have all of the things that we need to sustain this community for ourselves. So I just want Dalton to do better. Or I can just, you know, I'm still a cute girl. I could just play the damsel in distress. It's, you know, a very reputable gentleman that would probably love to have me.
You know what? You're so cute and you're such a vixen. You're such like a bombshell. I love it. And yeah, I support you, Trina. Like you said, it's for the community, and we're losing sight of that. Like when I was at the Thornton Township meeting, and I'll let you go, and I thank you for this. I was like, did Stay Focused Media come on a warrant list for Thornton Township? I was confusion. I'm confusion.
A lot is going to be coming out. You know, that's why I really thank you guys for coming out as YouTubers. And, you know, in the words of Dr. Scott, no weapon formed, because what they thought would be weapons of destruction for Tiffany Henyard ended up being full, knowledgeable outlets, so that everyone is given the opportunity to let people know what's really going on in the village, what's really going on in Thornton Township. You know, like Chris Gonzalez had so much to say, but it was your nomination, your vote. You didn't want the people to have a voice after Frank Zuccarelli sat there since forever, since before I was even old enough to vote, right? And you don't give me the opportunity to pick in this historical vote of the next Thornton Township supervisor. Had the people made the decision, then we wouldn't have all of this chaos that he said would have happened if we would have did a vote right in person. So we have to pay attention because it's no government bailout if a community fails. We'll be like Ford Heights, from what I heard. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And for Christ's sake, I still want to live my life. You know, Tiffany got, you know, she got a man. She in love. I want to be in love too. I don't want to be having to sit down when I come over, right? And like, hey, you know, you have to, you know, like, I don't know if you want to continue doing what you're doing, but you know, that type of talk, you know. So a lot of guys was like, hell yeah, that's what you do. I love it. You know what I mean? You know, that's what you do. That was that, you know, I got, you know, but it's like, where's your heart at though? You know, what sounds best, you know, to not make a public spectacle of yourself? Absolutely. But I don't know. You know, I couldn't make any promises. I was just like, okay.
Well, I think
I'm not going to do is lie, Burgundy. So,
no, you got a chance to become mayor, and you got a chance, like you said, you be a damsel in distress. You got either way you could go. You're cute. Otherwise, you know, it's at least nobody. The bright side, Trina, is one thing. No one's calling you a funky pussy bitch on the internet, so you got all options.
No, not on the internet, but you know, I've had, you know, an abusive baby daddy too, you know. So
oh no, I'm sorry.
You know, I just know what the standard is, you know, when a man wants to supremely insult a woman, and what I've heard other women be called in courtrooms and TV, that's the standard thing. So it's just like, I recognize that trait, and he, you know, that's really dangerous. So just stay clear of him, honey, because I don't have to worry about it, because I've never had any complaints.
That's what I said.
I've never had anybody that I was in bed with say, you know, like post it. You know, it's just like, you know, by the time my baby daddy said it, it's like, you don't know if I got transgender surgery or anything. So that's your reason. You can't get it, so I ain't worried about it. And he will still be glad to have it. He don't want me to start playing his voicemails. But anyway,
cute.
I'm so beyond that point, though. You know what I mean? The redemption, like, you'll be years and years dealing with redemption. I like where I am right now.
You know what? I was the same way. I was like, my life was so calm and easygoing, and I loved what I did. And then I just decided to push the button. I pushed the damn button and talked about we go, Lord. But Trina, I'll let you go. I appreciate you so much. I'm gonna be looking for
You
you
too,
tonight.
Burgundy. You too. And I know you just let me know if they come for you, because I know they love trying to make you pay, because you're just an incredibly nice person. You know what I mean? They don't. I always be looking for mutual combat. They just be like, let it ride.
You, Anton, it was something else. It was another person. I was like, they be scared to come over there messing with you, Anton. Hey, if Shay say anything, if Shay live talking about me now, I'm probably catching strays in Dalton politics. I already know. So I appreciate you, Trina. We love
Absolutely.
you.
Okay, have a good rest of your day. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to everyone. Thank you, everybody in the chat. And I love you guys too.
All right, have a great one.
Okay, you too. Bye-bye.
Trina Downs, y'all. Let me tell you, Trina Downs, man, she is something else. And we appreciate the opportunity to speak with her because she doesn't give you any bull crap. She's going to tell you exactly what it is. Y'all, today, you guys, I saw somebody said, I was on live for 8 hours. Now I technically am on live for 5, but it has been a monumental live with Trina Downs. It was stuff that I just wanted to get out, stuff I want to show y'all. I want to show y'all more. I want to show y'all more of the things that I've been getting behind the scenes, more of the messages, more of how mean people can be. Like, I just mean as mean, they be mean burgers. I don't know if that's a word, but they're mean burgers. That's what we're going to call them. You're big mean burgers. And they just be totally mean to people that just are reporting both sides. I also want to thank Individual Investor for making that video today. I just wanted to, it went left. Individual Investor, the video went left. It just, I was just like, I thought I was here for one thing and it ended up being a whole thing. It was a thing and it was stuff I didn't know. So Individual Investor, you didn't even get a 48-hour notice. Individual, make it make sense. Individual Investor posts a video about 45 minutes and I get hit up in Dalton politics talking about you think your stuff don't stink. I'm just reporting the news. And that's what Trina means. It has to be no kind of situation. Like, it has to be, I was listening to, shout out to Conscious made a video and it was the bobblehead video. And it was like, hey, the mayor told me, as Steve said, the mayor told me not to come out here because it had nothing to do with the village. Yet we fast forward to 2025, Dalton politics. I mean, not Dalton politics. Hold on, let me get to it. Is it Dalton Trustees YouTube page? They did a whole jail release on Jedediah. This is about Dalton Trustees and about Dalton. How does the jail release help anything? Then y'all don't talk about how much money you bringing in. You don't talk about that. You know what I mean? You don't talk about that. Now, if Dalton Trustees did a whole presentation of the jail release, this has nothing to do with politics, right? This has nothing to do with politics. And technically, what makes it so bad is Dalton Trustees is doing this while Andrew Holmes is a trustee. He's still a trustee. Ask him to step down. Ask him to step down. Instead of doing this, ask Andrew Holmes to step down for the heinous crimes he did. Allegedly. Right? Am I wrong for saying that? No, I don't think so. If you said in the bobblehead video from Conscious that y'all don't get involved in stuff like that. Make it make sense. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's a double standard. So I agree. I never thought about what Trina was saying, that, yeah, that needs to be separate. You don't need to be in charge of media and have an agenda when it comes to media. You don't. because now your agenda is one-sided. You see what I'm saying? So if y'all gonna be mad at me for speaking the truth, just speaking the truth, that's all I'm doing. So be it. But you have to at least, why don't you respond to anything? Respond. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's just the same old, same old, same old. I want to just play that bobblehead revenge before we leave out of here. Y'all hit the like button. Let's watch a little bit of Conscious video. Shout out to Conscious. Go ahead and I know for a lot of y'all have never seen Berg just be one-sided. It's not about that. It's just, I have to share what's going on. Like, would you guys want a family member living here and they're being attacked and you're not sharing what's going on? Like, literally, y'all trying to shame a regular resident. I get that. Meaning me, I'm doing YouTube. Y'all messing with Miss Hill. What did Miss Hill do? Y'all messing with her. Anybody that don't fit the narrative, they're being exposed. How many of y'all out there watching are going to allow this to happen to Dolton residents repeatedly? How many of y'all going to watch this happen and just eat your popcorn? You have to say something. This is not Tiffany doing this. Tiffany was not meeting with an officer in the middle of the night at the corner store.
Okay. Now, you guys know we had the Stop the Violence march. It was September 21st. It was a huge success. All you guys came and supported it. I want to say thank you for showing up and showing out for community because we needed it. People came from all over, from South Holland, Riverdale, Harvey, Lansing, everywhere, Calumet City as well. I just want to thank you again for basically backing me in this movement. I want to first give a shout out to Janet Rogers, Tyrone Rogers. He's the alderman in Harvey. I have here Jason House, the trustee here in Dalton. Deborah Ditton, trustee in Dalton. Riverdale president, Betty. She's the partner president. Danny, he's over the library board. Miss Copeland, library board for here in Dalton. And all my school board districts, District 205, Nina Graham, 149, and Miss Moody. And I also want to give a shout out to Stan Brown, NAACP, for showing up, showing out as well. I appreciate you all. Just to give you some more information of things that we did there, a lot of teenagers and kids showed up to this meeting. It was very good because a lot of times we don't have the youth. The youth actually came out, walked down the street. But the bad thing about this is I didn't have a lot of support from my board here, you guys. I want to just take a moment to explain to y'all kind of what went on, and that way you'll see what's going on in the village of Dalton. First, I want to let y'all know these was the shirts, Stop the Violence shirts that we gave out that day. And on the back, I got police for our police officers, as you can see. I got about 15 t-shirts that I was told to get by my acting police chief, Deputy Mobley. And basically, I did not have the support of many police officers here, and that's a shame. I'm hurt by that because at the end of the day, police are our first responders. You guys are supposed to show up and be unified with us so that we turn to you guys for help. But we had a non-violent march, and I didn't have the support of my department here in the village of Dalton, and that's terrible. So I'm pre-warning y'all so y'all know going forward. I did ask for support. I did announce this for 2 months here at the village of Dalton at my board meetings, and I did make sure I had the proper channels to get the support from the officers. I got the runaround the day before. I did a route check with Deputy Lacey, and then also the chief as it related to the route. The day of the march, I literally literally went back and forth with my deputy chief on the route going down Sibley. He told me I cannot walk down Sibley. They tried to stop my march and tell me that I cannot march in the street, which I've done every single year for my cancer walk. So that bothered me. I asked him why, and of course, it comes from above. He didn't say, but he just was like, well, my hands are tied. I told him, well, all these people came to march. And matter of fact, you guys, y'all need to give your hands, give yourself a hands applause for the 300 people that did show up. I'm sorry. I'm trying to make sure I get everything out. And there's so much to tell you, but it was just not good. The two board members that did support me was Deborah Denton and Jason House. The other trustees did not show up. I also sent an email to the mayor stating I would like to use our services for the camera crew to come out and film our walk. I was told by Ed Steve that per the
Here comes the camera crew information. That this just piqued my interest since Trina Down said it.
That is not going to happen, and this was not a village-sponsored event. So I don't understand how it's not a village-sponsored event. I am elected official. I was elected by the people, and I don't understand why I didn't have the support of my entire board up here. So these are the issues that I have, you guys, facing going forward. But you guys know me. I always say I'm a moving by myself, but I'm a force when y'all with me. I can't do it without y'all, but I want y'all to pay attention and wake up.
That cracks me up every time. I ain't gonna lie. That's funny as hell.
Up, and it's time out for all the garbage that go on up here. It's all about community and unity, and I'm just so happy to know that everybody from the surrounding suburbs came and support this movement, because we had killing after killing every other week, and it was about time for us to put some light on Dalton. I understand people say that's always in the media and we got all these issues, but at the same time, we got to put a plan together and come together. We shouldn't be divided like we were. We was really divided, and I'm here to admit that to you guys. But my community wasn't divided. I wasn't divided, and neither was the other two trustees here. But my board is divided, and it causes tension as it relates to the residents. And I have a problem with that, and you guys should too. But again, thank you. It was a success. Turnout was wonderful. Weather was wonderful. We had food trucks out there. We had Martin Johnson, he's an activist from Chicago, showed up. J. Mark Green, activist from Chicago, showed up. Jason, what's his last name? Jason Warner, he was there. He was the person from The Voice. I don't know if you guys watched that on NBC. He sung. It was really nice. So again, you guys, thank you. And I know I'm missing one thing, which was my gun buyback. I want to make sure I key on that before I forget. I had to reach out to the sheriff's office to get them to basically take the guns off the street as they was being turned in at this event. Unfortunately, my department stated that they could not do it, meaning my management, because some of the officers did show up. They told me they couldn't do it. I had to get somebody from the sheriff department to come and get the guns. The issue, you guys, I had was I tried to get the gift cards the day before, and I could not get the gift cards. They told me I had to ask the mayor for the gift cards. So I called the mayor to get the gift cards so that I would have these gift cards the day of. So people calling me want to turn in their weapons. I didn't have no gift card, no money for them. So that was another issue. I called him and left him a message and texted him, and he told me that he didn't respond. Well, the mayor didn't respond to me. So that was a wash. So all these issues, and it's like no resolution. I want to be proactive before I be reactive. That's my goal here, and that should be the goal of the entire board. Yes. Thank you. Last but not least, Menard showed up. I want to give a special shout out to Tony over at Menards. He brought his HR director to give you guys jobs. He promised me jobs that day. So those that showed up and got an interview or got jobs, I just want to commend you for actually coming out and getting the resources that was supplied to you. We had Dora Explorer from the daycare, which was directly across the street.
I don't know if y'all still with me, but if you listening, she is literally saying everything that she did to make this event possible. Literally, this is what she's saying. I want to see how many events y'all hear the other people say that. You know what I mean? This is something that she did. I'm going to share another picture with you guys. Like, I'm going to just share. Like, I think a lot of y'all just, and it's not, I don't think it's nothing wrong with it. I think that you probably just don't know, don't see, you know what I mean, what's going on. Like, it was so many people at one point getting killed in Dalton relentlessly. Not to say that all that is solved now. I'm not saying that. I just think that I'm gonna think about what I want to say. When you look at what's happening here, she's literally saying, I'm going out there. I made sure I had vendors. I went out there to look for people to get jobs. She did all that, even though she's reading it off this little notebook piece of paper that she tore out. Girl, get some loose leaf. This is important. She's gone, Miss Aja. Miss Aja, if this Tiffany was here today, we would not have that problem. Miss Aja said, no, Berg, this Tiffany is gone. If she was here today, we wouldn't have what we have going on now. Look how much of an initiative she put into stuff. This is really interesting just to hear it. But yep, that's it. We could throw that away with the loose leaf.
She showed up. The electrician union and plumbers union was there. We had DJ Ruckers. He's a Dalton resident. He DJ for free. We had Food for Less out there, and a 15-year-old DJ was there as well. Thank you guys. Stay woke. Pay attention. Stay tuned. Thank you.
May I be recognized?
Go ahead, Trustee.
First of all, I want to commend Trustee Henry on any good that she does to try to stop the violence.
But it's gonna be a but. It's gonna be a but. But now all she did do good. She did great. Okay, let's continue.
I commend her for that. But I want to make something she said. She mentioned my name, and true, it wasn't a village sponsored event, so I was instructed by the mayor not to do anything media wise. However, is that when we say, we're not together, there's division.
Sir, you're out of order, sir. You're out of order.
So when we say there's division, and there is division, but it didn't start with the violence march. If you know, there's been murders in other surrounding suburbs besides Dolton. But only suburb that has an elected official that goes Facebook Live from a murder is Dolton. Only village that has an elected official to go Facebook Live and talk about other elected officials. I've been called bobblehead on social media by an elected official. I've been to all the new trustees have been talked about on social media by an elected official, which is unbecoming of an elected official. If you're an elected official, a certain amount.
So just so we know, so Tiffany had this huge Stop the Violence march. It was on Sibley. This is when she was a trustee. I think the problem was that she thought of it first. But if we look at this picture, look who got the fist in the air. You got Mama Hill. Who else got the fist? I want to say that's Miss Sherry, isn't it? It was all kind of community at one point. This is why she got voted in. No matter if people want to realize it or not, this is why she got. Is that Miss? I can't tell if that's Miss Stubbs. It looked like it. I can't tell. But this is why she got voted in. She really hit the ground running. She's not lazy by any means. I don't know if this Tiffany is still here. It seems like it's not. But now, Miss Aja, I was reading your comment too. Experiencing what I'm experiencing, this might have been part of the reason that she went away. Like, you keep on lying on me. You keep on doing this. You keep on doing that. I'm just going to break bad. I'm wondering if that's what she did. I'm wondering. They probably have a lot to do with how she is now. I agree. It could be. Like, if we just looked at a message I showed y'all in real time of someone saying they're going to call the FBI on Burgundy Blue. The FBI on what? Excuse. And I'm not telling y'all to agree with me. Please, I'm not telling you. Have you seen anything I've done on YouTube? The same person tagged 59 people in their posts. That's terroristic threats. Like, you can't do that. You can't just make a post. You can, because it's your page. But you can't make a post about me and then tag 59 people in my community and say that I'm attacking you. You can't do that. You cannot do that. No, that's not how things go here, ma'am. I didn't make a post. I didn't say anything. If I'm on YouTube, I wasn't even on YouTube. I was in a chat, and someone screenshot the chat and said this woman. She said this woman is trying to harm me. You can't prove it. You got to do it. Prove all this craziness y'all got going on in that Dalton politics group. You need to stop. It's a bunch of adult babies. That's it. That's all. Like, you need to stop. Do you want better for Dalton or no? If you don't want better, if you just here to fight, just say you here to fight. That's all. And that's it. These videos show that corruption runs deep. Sadly, Tiffany did good, but she learned from the best. Yeah. It's a bunch of deflection. It is. I'm gonna go, y'all. I saw Shay was live and I missed out on that. So I'm gonna replay his live. Then I'm just gonna wait for whatever news, because you know they're gonna blame us. They're gonna be like, it's the blueberries. The blueberries is why individual investor made that video. So make sure you subscribe to everybody I told you today. Individual investor, exactly. Erica, Choose Compassion, Reality Check TV Chicago, Real Late Night Crew. Everybody, conscious. Make sure you check on them and see what they have to say. And it's okay to check on the other guys that I didn't know and see what they have to say. But it's you guys, just whenever you're listening to stuff, just be like, is this thing on? Is this thing recording? Now everybody's a YouTuber. Everybody talking about the YouTubers. Now all of a sudden everybody's like, well, you know, subscribe so I have something to say. Child, you know what? Nah. Hey, you know what, guys? I have something to say. Please.
That I have
Commentary blue. Commentary. Burgundy. Burgundy. Commentary. Commentary blue.